Okay, last we left off, we wrapped stream a little early so we could start totally blind from the beginning of the C playthrough. There was a short little cutscene that kind of gave us a preview of what was coming up, but other than that, I have no idea what's next. Which is exciting! It seemed like the tone of the C playthrough was pretty different from the A and B from the cutscene, but who knows, maybe that's Yoko Taro screwing with me. Tuesday, Friday, nice. Getting off July 4th.
We've confirmed that the network core units known as Adam and Eve have been destroyed. The enemy's chain of command has been thrown into complete chaos. As such, humanity has chosen to seize this opportunity and launch an all-out attack against the machine forces.
Humanity.
Of course, the forces of Yorha will participate in this endeavor. Remember your pain. The pain of having your homeland stolen. We will never give up our struggle. We will take back the seas, the skies, the land. We will take back our world from the scourge of the machines. We will not fail in this mission. Here
after
now,
the first two
we will put
innings.
an end to this goddamn war. Glory to mankind.
About that. I like how their masks kind of make you think of the machines, too. I don't think I need to buy anything. I don't really care about anything, right?
Server Administrator 3S. Server Administrator 3S. Please return to the server administration room as soon as possible to handle a capacity issue. End transmission.
If you do it as main plus extra, that's one solution. I'd probably track the Allied campaign and the Soviet campaign as separate voting spreadsheet entries. Not a lot of games are really similar to that, I feel like.
Command to all units. Upon your descent to the surface, proceed to follow pre-programmed instructions and carry out your operation. To prevent data leakage, communication from the surface is prohibited except in case of emergency. That is all.
I like her new costume. It's way cooler than the old costume. At least it looks more like combat appropriate. Can I not get to them that way? Whatever, it's fine. But I want to switch her back to the good weapon since I can't use hacking anymore, presumably. Type 40 blade. Is that something that I unlocked from the previous playthrough, or something I didn't actually ever look at after it dropped? We want Ancient Overlord. Crit benefits. And I never remembered to go find a large, large gear and turn it into the blacksmith, so my weapon's pretty weak. Hopefully that doesn't screw me over. Now, can I equip one in both slots? I don't think that's how that works, right? Just switches which ones it's equipped to, right? Okay. We'll only ever use the small attacks anyway. The heavy attacks aren't super worth it in this game, it feels like. Thanks. May have gotten the sword from a side quest. Gotcha. So far I have a lot of goodwill for this game. The end of the Beat playthrough was fantastic. I loved everything they were doing with it. I like the lore revelations about the humans.
Before I could convince myself to tell 2B the truth, our final major operation had begun. Still,
yes, the C playthrough.
I knew nothing. Not
heavy
how the
attack's
battle
pretty
would
important
end,
in Dark Souls.
nor what fate stood in wait for us.
Some nice goodwill you have, sir. The humans aren't real. They've been dead for like thousands of years, which was pretty well planted. I think we suspected that in maybe the very first session we were playing. They died of a virus a long time ago, and all the people we're seeing are
The scanners
androids.
are going to hack into the enemy's anti-air system and shut it down in advance of an all-out assault, right?
That's right. Good job, 9S.
Why are you talking to me like I'm a child?
What? That must be your imagination.
It wasn't really a twist so much as something they were setting up. It was something the player was
Look for
supposed to
machines that
suspect,
are receiving signals
and the
from
characters
anti-air
didn't know.
system. They should be located in elevated areas
But they
with
did.
good
They handled
signal
it well.
reception. I forwarded the general positions of the machine life forms you need to hack.
Roger.
Please refrain from destroying the target. If you do, another one will simply take its place.
No killing the target. Got it.
Roger. Hello. I'm glad I still get to keep hacking. Also, cool new hacking song.
I see your hacking was successful. Way to go!
Thanks.
Totally treating me like a kid.
Now move on to the next one.
Fine.
Okie dokie. Oh, right, I can't look at the map from in here. Oh my god. Alright, at least I was able to transition out of falling that time. Alright. Where am I going? Oh boy, okay. Guess it's building tension from what we just saw with 2B. So I can roll with it right now. I think my favorite part of the game was still the robot jumping with the bucket. This is the third playthrough, that's correct.
The target is thought to be in a high location with good network reception. Try examining the rooftops of buildings.
Roger.
Thank you. So helpful. Do I open this playthrough with access to warping, by the way? Find a way to get onto the roofs. Great. Okay. Come on.
Be advised, the target's appearance is identical to that of a standard enemy. Once you approach, however, a marker will appear.
Well, there aren't any other standard enemies hanging out, so...
Defensive system
Should take
operation
longer so I can hear that
confirmed
cool
to be
theme.
declining.
Almost there.
Alright. Oh, he just got dropped down. That's cute. Hello, friendo. I like the arpeggio in this song.
Looks like it's going well down there. Every scanner in the force is involved in this operation. So let's try not to fall behind.
Yeah, no falling behind. Got it.
9S,
What is it?
make sure to do whatever is necessary to avoid combat.
And how will I provide support to the squad if I don't fight?
Scanner units such as yourself are not designed for battle.
Aw, are you worried about me?
No, I'm merely pointing out that you would be a liability on the battlefield.
Wow, that's harsh.
Yeah, I feel like that's why they had the Square Enix marketing team message. Yoko Taro decided to call them playthroughs, and they were panicking that people might not realize that there was actually more game. Alright, you want to go near the tower? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hack you, Moose. My bad. Near the tower. Transport near the tower. Okay, but I can't warp outside of the city area, that's fair. Hacking to the moose. Start with the moose. It might have actually been faster for me to walk there because of how long the this loading screen is. I forgot about that. Yo! Okay, so now they're introducing me to regular enemies that aren't the ones that I'm here to hack, I guess. Probably at the top of this thing would be my guess. That guy? Probably that guy. Fortunately, I cannot hack him from the ladder. I got you right as you were about to hit me. It's probably the playthrough we're gonna find out where there are all those bodies in the,
How about you?
Just one left, I think.
Roger. Be sure to
Two
head back
left.
to the bunker when you're done so you can sync your data.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
Until your combat data is uploaded, none of the scanner models can run updates.
Okay. I'll take care of it as soon as I'm done here.
Appreciated.
That's fair. Like, I think the corpse system isn't well explored, but it does add the necessary level of confusion when you get to the machine, like Pascal's village. So it gets the storytelling with mechanics. There's a good enough argument for it right there. Hi, friendo. These minigames are getting progressively more difficult. Swiping comparable enemies.
Whew. That looks like everything.
Proposal. Unit 9S should rendezvous with Unit 2B before the combat situation worsens.
Sounds like a plan.
Still
Let me
have
just
one more
mark
to
the point
do.
on the map, and there.
Huh. I guess they didn't require me to kill all of them? It's weird. I'll go see if I can find the other one just in case it spawns there. Not sure that it will, but you never know. It was right at the end of this bridge, I think.
Analysis. It is not possible to hack directly into the target Goliath-class machine lifeform.
Huh.
Special software protection detected.
Okay.
Enemy is refusing access from anything other than machine lifeforms. Proposal. Unit 9S should commandeer a smaller enemy and use it to hack the large one.
Oh, that's
a little
cute.
multi-level hacking, huh?
That's cute. I forgot that you could hack while possessing another robot. So what happens to 9S when you do that? It just kind of ceases to exist for a little bit? I don't see his body left behind, for example. Level 46 Hoppy Robot. There we go. Shit. Oh, god damn it. Please don't blow up this robot. Thank goodness.
Enemy
Sweet.
defense system fully offline. I knew you could do it.
I always do.
That really was brilliant work, which means I've got a special surprise for you. I'll leave it in my room so you can pick it up later.
A surprise?
Okie dokie. Cool. Existentialism, the game. Great. I wonder why they made us think it was over before there was still one more to kill. I feel like that was on purpose and not a bug. Yo! Rendezvous points probably... okay, got it. Song reminds you of .hack. Was Sign the first game? Or was it the anime? I think we played about an hour of .hack on stream. Sign was the anime, okay. Oh, it's just an optional reward. There's no kind of tricky shenanigan going on. Alright. Well, now I know. I am hacking to the gate.
Here we go.
Ooh, golly. Pretty sure that's intentional retro. If there's anything that's a double entendre in this game, it is almost certainly on purpose.
Will do. We've repaired and reinstalled the weapons damaged in the fight against Eve. Be careful, okay? The mission will be in full swing by the time you get there. I will. And thanks.
It'd be funny if it looks like it's a new playthrough, but it's like the same loop again. Explains why 2B was talking about this always happening. Oh, they're androids. Presumably they can bang. Less weird than the earlier robot sex sequence where it was these little machines that have no anatomy. Oh, it's way more than the second reference to robot sex. It's a pretty major theme of the game, I'd even say. Oh, I can slash them? No. Could 9S do it? Are you 100% sure that doesn't exist? Okay, so there's certain kind of shots that get destroyed by the melee attack. To make a little claw to be able to reach the square button by moving the stick in a certain direction. Like if I'm shooting at this angle, I can hit the square button with my thumb. Cool.
2B!
What's our status?
The operation is underway, and a few squads have already engaged the enemy. Our orders are to function as a kind of guerrilla unit that provides support as necessary. I forwarded our squad's current positions to your map. You should head over there ASAP.
Sounds good.
Okay. Right, they're talking. Whatever, game. Alright. I'm not gonna warp because it takes too long.
Hey, this This is a machine I've hacked into before. I'll set off the delayed virus to see if I can damage it physically.
Oh, that's cool. When we hacked the start of this sequence, I guess. Oh, black circle there.
This is Unit 7B with Vanguard Squadron Delta. We're currently pinned down by a number of machines that appear to have lost their minds.
Oh no, I can't hack anymore. Alright, well, bear with me as I remember how to play this game. Crit damage, you're not kidding around. Seems like the way to do it. Okay, we're playing a video game again. Can't just hack everybody. Playing this video game again. These are the most disproportionately high level enemies in the game, like compared to what your level path should be. Right on. I guess they're trying to do something here from a narrative perspective with that, right? 9S doesn't, like... hack them when he's a party member. Oh, so this last guy is left.
Thanks for the assist.
We're
Goodbye,
heading out to
friend
support the next squad.
Understood. We'll join you there and lend a hand.
All right.
Straight down, got it. Oh, let me save while I'm here. I think the iframes were gonna keep me from getting killed here.
Attack Squadron Omega.
Sorry, I moved out of the way.
Captain of Theta Squadron. The enemy machines are multiplying in front of us. We can't hold this position.
That's what they do. If I get a chance, I might try to equip more crit upgrades again, since I'm actually using it. Anti-chain damage is like a little feat tax you need to pay to not get one-shot by the joust enemies. Like, I think once they hit you with the first attack, it's impossible to not die. Unless if you were really over-leveled, maybe, and their full attack animation didn't kill you. What's the difference between dodge and perfect dodge? Like, is there an on-screen indicator when you do one or the other? That witch time thing right there. Oh, I miss having hack. Alright.
Thanks. We'll join you, if that's all right.
I feel like they're setting something up here with the IFF indicator.
Detecting an unusually high number of hostile machine life forms.
Why are they going nuts like this? I thought Eve's network was destroyed.
All we can do is fight.
Level 62 was the biggest level difference. What level were you when you fought it? This is a good track, I agree. This game has an awesome soundtrack. I could hear that. This game reminds me of Final Fantasy XIV in a lot of ways. About the same as me. Really? You have me doing all those side quests? Huh. I guess the XP from side quests isn't significant.
This is 4B, Captain of Vanguard Squadron Alpha. We're being worn down by a fierce enemy attack.
This is Guerrilla Unit 2B. We're on our way.
Roger, and thanks.
No probs. Ouch. Okay, you get a pretty fun claw in this game. It's like you want to be holding down the shot button all the time. You want to have access to the R2 dash. I think this game was almost designed to be played with a controller that has paddles on the bottom of it. I guess I don't know what I'd bind to that though. Maybe dash. Alpha Squad destroyed. Oh. Really? Is that like a time limit thing? Circle, I think, is harder for me to reach. Since I have to be holding down R1 anyway, I make sure that my middle finger has nothing to do. I think I tried moving dash to circle earlier. I couldn't get a feel for it. Maybe if I redid the whole board. One more asshole up here. Alright, leveled up.
2B, we've sighted new enemies in the region. They've got attack Squadron Omega surrounded and are giving them one hell of a
Yeah,
fight.
right.
Can you get over there and provide support ASAP?
We're on.
Man, this is tougher than I thought it would be.
We need to hurry.
Shut up. There we go.
This is Unit 2B.
I feel like I'd like something that would help a lot would be to have a auto fire, like a thing that just lets you turn on R1 all the time. If it was a toggle instead of a hold down thing, it would help. Maybe make you hold it down in the shooter sections, but even then there's no reason not to be holding it down all the time.
Reinforcements are on the way.
You got it.
Yeah, lock onto R3 and dodge on circle. Makes sense. Combat cutscene. Oh, that's cool. Oh, it's an EMP. Oh, way to go, buddy. Being all the way up there.
Let my guard down. EMP hit me point blank. I gotta reboot.
I'll provide backup.
Good luck with that, buddy. Glad I get to hack again. There's a good reason to have the two different playthroughs so that you're familiar with both play
What the hell's
styles.
going on here?
The glitches on the screen, that's cute.
Damn it. There's no end to them. I gotta finish them off and help 2B.
Working on it. It's about where I would stop. Yeah, I think in retrospect it was probably good to pick up now. would have been a decent amount of progress, but I got to have the mystery this past week of, oh man, what's the seat playthrough like? Oh golly. Fighting the pixelated hentai robots. Okay. Shit. Ow. Cool. I'm not killing any of them, am I? We're all getting down to like 1 hit point and then not actually dying. Hacking is super witch time, right? Am I just in a really unfortunate level range that I'm getting everything down to 1 hit point or magic pixel of health? I guess that could be scripted too. Come on. There we go. Ow. You guys suck, you know that? Oh my god, I can't use my abilities when that shit's happening. It's the worst. I guess the androids are more dependent on electronics than I figured. Hello. Gotcha.
Alert. Exiting the planned operation.
And operational area. Miss me with that.
Proposal. Return to the operational area immediately.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Oh yeah, no, the UI jank is pretty awesome. I'm a big fan of that. Do I have to like attack them to finish them off or something? Like I can't kill them with the hack? That might be the case.
Alert. Exiting
Yeah.
the planned operational area. Proposal. Return to the
Trigger. Okay. Try it again. Oh, cool. That's neat. I like that. Oh, awesome. It applies in the hacking sequence too. Really neat. That's rad. Can't see my shots at all. I guess that's where I might use lock-on. How the bottom left UI, the item UI at an angle too. That's cool. Shit. Sucks. There we go. Yes, yes. Let's go, go, go. The CRT curse. I guess that one died. Maybe I had shot it a couple times with my gun. I think I'm just at a really unfortunate level where I do just barely too little damage. Yeah. Oh, they were actually at 1 HP and not dying? Well, there I reduced one to 1 HP and had to blast him to kill him. Because maybe Hack isn't allowed to finish them.
Is this a wide area virus?
You guys should be careful with those swords. You're freaking out.
This viral attack. I gotta do something. 2B, you okay?
Well, they're all gonna be screwed.
The hell?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the identify friend foe. Yep. Cool.
They've been infected and taken over.
No.
Oh, thank God I'm still playing
Functions
as...
aren't working.
That's because of their Yorha IDs. 2B.
Yeah, they planted that a second ago. It made it really likely that I was going to... That's cool. I'd hack her IFF node. Yeah, so I think that whole previous section of you going and helping them is just to make sure that you see the IFF pop up, because you're very likely to get in a friendly fire range and see it. That's kind of cool, actually. See, there was a purpose to the sequence. Communication signal not functioning.
Hunt, report our status to command.
Oh, that's cool, and I swap back to her. I dig it.
Communications are currently being jammed.
God damn it.
Their level sucks, though.
2B, I located the unit that's jamming our comms.
She takes off her helmet so you know which one's which.
Marking on map.
They attack too fast. Hacking her IFF node. I'm not all low level. Really? Yeah, whenever I go to use items, I gotta do a neat little left-hand claw. Yeah, the level's cosmetic in a lot of cases, except when it's not. No, the one that pauses the game isn't reliable. Because I can't use it in mid-jump, right? Oh, maybe I can. Alright, my bad. I thought you were talking about the same pause thing. Where, like, if I'm jumping, it doesn't pop up. Oh, these guys are infinite. Okay. Looks like it's right side. Bring my thumb over, but I should be able to do that. Saving possible. Thank you. You jerk. Oh, God. Oh, it's the one shot. So I should have let all of my Yorha allies die in the previous quests, so I wouldn't have to be dealing with this now. Well, if they're infinite, I guess it doesn't really
The
matter.
jamming is coming from that thing.
I really do not understand the lock-on system in this game. Like, it was locked on to him and I let go of it, and then it just started locking on to other things for some reason. That did, like, no damage. Okay. And it looks like he's able to put out a EMP field, which we gotta get the hell out of at some point. Yeah, okay. That's cool. I really like that. It's awesome looking. There's the 32 seconds countdown in the top corner, how much time I have left until it runs out. Doo-doo. Alright, well that's a good way to introduce the EMP. It's a thing I have to worry about going forward.
That should take care of the jam.
Pod, send an emergency distress signal to command. Pod!
Alert.
Laughing Yorha.
Unable to reach command.
Damn it! They're still jamming us?
Signal reception is clear. Connection lost due to server-side authentication failure. No response is coming from command on any channel.
That's cool.
Shit, what happened to the bunker?
Good question.
2B, I have an idea. It's
I
possible
only
to
have
access the
99
bunker
healing
through a backdoor in the
items.
system. I can use that to initiate an emergency upload of our personal log data. Then we set our black boxes to self-destruct and take them all out at once.
Okay. That's a neat idea.
30% complete. 50% complete. We just hit 70%.
That was pretty fast, man.
Almost.
Is that maybe triggered based on the number of Yorha I killed?
Your black
Okay. Alright, so is me self-destructing it an option that I forgot exists? Oh, here we go. Never mind. Yeah, that link to the pass font on the timer. Ludonarrative dissonance! I was kicking their asses, but okay. Kaboom! I like the perspective shift there. You don't even hear it finish exploding. Oh, she's got her old stupid costume. Yo.
2B.
We have to report back to command.
Sure, that's gonna go well. Failed authentication server side. I'm sure that's a good thing for everybody.
Whoa.
Commander, 2B, 9S, what are you doing here?
You're not
The
supposed to
Yorha
be
units on
back.
the ground were infected by a virus. We had to detonate our black boxes in order to stop them.
A virus? What are you talking about? None of our ground units reported anything about a virus.
That's because all communication with the bunker has been severed.
And why did you leave the battlefield anyway? I didn't order a retreat. We're telling you, Yorha has gone berserk! No. If anyone is acting infected here, it's you.
Are you nuts?
Did they get the infection all the way back here? We have a place to fight.
2B, 9S, you're being detained under suspicion of virus contamination.
Wait a minute!
You know, I bet that the robot that goes back to kill the king baby is going to be important in either this or the next playthrough. I don't know if it's going to be a time travel-y type thing, but... Cool.
They're infected?
That's pretty neat. I wonder why she's immune to it.
Commander, we have to go!
Cool.
Damn. The doors. Did the virus infiltrate the bunker itself?
That was, yeah.
Operator, what?
Yay, misunderstandings that aren't drawn out for too long.
How is that even possible?
Now, that sounds like Pascal, doesn't it? That's cool. That would be a cool twist if it's Pascal. I'm on board with that. These guys infinite too? I have a feeling that's kind of feels infinite. Well, I can't get out of here though. Maybe not. No, it's not where I wanted to blast that thing, but okay. Yeah, Commander's helping. Oh, cool. Now we can see color here. Interesting.
Must evacuate the bunker as soon as possible. Repeat, the fusion reactor is currently in uncontrolled state.
It seems bad. This is definitely the best part of the game so far. Like, everything from the end of the B ending to now has been really cool. I guess I'll top off on these, right? I don't really use those. It's most of my money. Mediums are fine. It's kind of been a whole important thing that they have the bunker totally separate and in space to prevent any kind of contamination like this. Yeah.
Commander, the bunker is lost. We have to evacuate. But tell me, why weren't you two infected? I don't know.
It's probably because I deferred our data sync. I noticed some weird noise in the bunker server data, so I paused the upload.
Clever.
I see.
Mankind. Man.
Over here being Adam Jensen.
The terminal is corrupted. We need to get to the hangar and get some flight units.
I see.
I see.
I see. I see.
I see. I see.
I see.
Could ask that in hide though, Retro.
Damn it. Commander, we need to get some flight units from the hangar and get out of here. Commander, hurry! I'm staying here. I can't. Commander! I
All right.
too was synced up with the server. But 9S can hack into your systems and... There's no time. You
What?
two are the last remaining
Hacking
members
takes
of
like
Yorha.
3
It's your
seconds.
duty to survive.
But, Commander...
Besides, this is my command. Let me at least fulfill my duty here.
You can go
To
down
the
with the
end.
ship. Right on. That's fair.
2B, this place is lost!
Commander! Move it, 2B! That's an order!
Oh, okay. Sure was time to monologue dramatically. No, I like the opening credits here. Or maybe closing credits, that'd be funny too. If like that's the C playthrough and then the D playthrough is immediately after. Right. It's a bucket robot. Yeah. That seems like that's a pretty explicit intent.
Commander.
I like using credits to
Multiple pursuers detected.
tell your story, right? You don't really think about the narrative design space of the opening credits.
Signal. It's
Almost as long as a KH2 prologue. Now we're on the dope-ass Disney train. Now, did the A playthrough have sequences like this? Like in the opening space shooter mission, did it have credits? Okay. I don't think there was one in the B playthrough though, right?
Alright, enough of this shit. 9S, I need to take over your controls. You need to what? I'm getting us out of here.
Are we gonna get a swap characters button?
Flight controls transferred to Unit 2B.
flight controls established for Unit 9S. Setting automatic course. Entering escape route from combat zone.
Wait, what are you? No! Stealth function released.
Your high Unit 2B's stealth function unlocked.
That's cool.
2B! 2B!
This is C. Yora ships are way more annoying to fight.
Flight unit. Proposal. Eject immediately.
I'm good.
Gotta find a way to land this thing.
Alert. Reactor core temperature rising.
Yes, yes.
Alert. FFCS and NFCS systems unresponsive. Analysis. Offensive functionality lost.
God damn it.
I bet she's cursing more and more.
Alert. Multiple enemies confirmed.
I think Kojima and Yoko Taro are both very similar tour directors. Miyazaki's very different. Hey, thanks. Is Yoko Taro his birth name, or is it like a nickname? Oh, right, I can't hack. I got so used to pressing triangle in the B playthrough.
Alert. Virus infection detected. Proposal. Administer vaccine
Oh,
immediately.
cool. I have a vaccine. Right? Don't think I have one. Drugs. Maybe I gotta go find one. Oh. I guess now I know. Oh, you recommend saving? Okay. Well, I see where this is going then.
Alert. Virus contamination rate up to 16%. Malfunction detected in NFCS circuit.
I have to keep it from spreading to other androids.
I saved earlier when I
Give me a
landed.
location that's low on android signals.
Can you try to discuss that kind of recommendation and hide?
The area near the abandoned commercial facility meets the desired parameters. Alert. Your high unit 2B will sustain serious damage unless the virus is eliminated.
You don't say.
Get up. There you go. It might be that I have to go to Pascal's village, who knows.
Alert. Virus contamination rate up to 21%.
Remove the contamination. And reset.
Oh, the map in this game. So over by the city ruins is hanging right here.
Analysis. Virus is transforming and progressing its own algorithm with abnormal speed. Removal will be difficult.
Come on. Oh my gosh. I'm getting stun locked here. There we go. I can't dash anymore. I'm gonna be able to get out of here now that I've dropped down here. Hold on 1 sec. Andrea's calling me. Oh, maybe not. Hearing things. Come on, guys. Stop it. Please. Oh my god. I just need to get up here and then jump, but I'm getting stun locked. Thank you. Hit me in the right direction that time, at least. Wait, am I not allowed to jump in this segment at all? Earlier, it was kind of occasionally letting me do stuff. I can't jump. I'm just gonna die in here. So I like the idea of your abilities are drained and it's hard to get where you're going because of this virus that's corrupting you, but getting surrounded by enemies that you can't dodge and stun lock you is a little frustrating. Am I able to climb this? You can go ahead and answer this question. Am I able to climb this hill over here without having to jump? I don't think I'm gonna make it. Oh, I can... Huh. I wonder why it was not letting me for so long. Is Colombia particularly good, and England particularly not good? 6-gun? Oh yeah, no. I mean, I appreciate that you might have a bad time if you don't save and have to restart, but now I know that, like, that's what I have to do here. This is a timer.
Malfunction detected in FNCS circuit.
I don't think I'm gonna make it. I think I got stuck down on the bottom for too long, unfortunately. Oh, it's building way faster now too. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay. I really like this sequence in principle, but the execution's a little rough. Yeah, right? The way to screw the bitrate. Just jump to 90 from 79. We're gonna be right outside of it. That sucks. I was going to see a cool, unique, intense chromatic aberration death sequence is what this looks like here. What they've done with the sound here too is pretty awesome. Hey, it's A2. She's the baby slayer. Oh, is 2B gonna die here? That would be rad. Big time on board with that. I forget, in the previous A2 boss fights, did she, like, get away at the end? I think she just got away, right? Oh, I'd love 2B to die here, that'd be great.
Is it?
Red eyes, cool, and then she's a boss. I like it.
These are my memories.
Alright.
Take
Kinda
care
gets
of
to live
everyone
on.
for me. Take care of the future. A2.
She's like, okay. Does that involve killing more babies? Because I'm a fan. I thought there might be an A2 playthrough. Habla inglés.
Where the hell is 2B?
Shorter list there.
Black box signal located.
Put it on the map.
Alert. Large-scale ground tremors detected. Underground soil structure is no longer stable. Cause is likely a high-magnitude earthquake. Proposal. Evacuate immediately.
I'm not going anywhere!
So now that it's already happened, was the virus progression, like, were there like checkpoints where it would skip ahead? Like where it suddenly went from 78 to 90? That's kind of cool.
2B.
I felt like I was actually losing there. Yeah.
2B! Are you?
Was it getting stuck on the bottom? Ooh, that's an awkward misunderstanding.
Nines.
She called me Nines. And then it becomes a romantic comedy.
2B. No.
Just go talk to the no habla inglés girl. She can explain. Oh no, she has similar hair. Can you make pebbles levitate? I do like the cutting the long hair trope. Cool. Easy to get stun locked in the pit and lose. I feel like it's not a great experience. I mean, you could have a couple enemies in there chasing you to make you feel like, oh, I can't dash. That's sucky. Go out and around. Cool. And now the game begins. 21 and a half hours in. How long is the supposed tutorial in Final Fantasy 13? The 15 hours? I see. That's super cool. I like 2B with virus sequence. I like her dying. I like A2 taking her memories or whatever. 9S having the romantic comedy misunderstanding.
Unit 2B offline.
Super still on board with the C playthrough.
Data exchange engaged.
Your
That's
High
good.
Unit 9S has completed repair and reconstruction of all damaged areas. Unit is ready for reactivation.
Your High Unit A2 also ready for reactivation.
Good question.
Proposal. Illuminate surrounding area.
Analysis. Units 9S and A2 are safe.
No problems detected.
Only one issue remains. We comprise the Yorha support system. If the A2 and 9S units are operational, we are required to attend and support.
Agreed.
Displaying positions of units A2 and 9S.
Oh, so there's not going to be a virus later? Okay. Displaying current coordinates. A2, support 9S. Oh, okay, that's cute. I'm gonna play them simultaneously as they have different goals. That's pretty cool. Which pod was which before? I'm sure it doesn't matter. Pods are pods.
So then, what happened to command?
Number 2, go! I can handle...
No! Number 4!
Activation of Unit A2 confirmed. Good morning, A2.
What's up?
Who are you?
Tactical Support Unit Pod 042. This pod has been tasked with providing firing support for Yorha Unit A2.
I didn't ask for help.
Affirmative. No request was received from Unit A2. Rather, it was the final order from this pod's previous support assignment, Unit 2B.
Well, it's unnecessary.
Yorha Unit A2 lacks the authority to override this order.
Whatever. What the hell is that huge thing?
Unknown.
You're pretty useless, you know that?
Cool. Like that dash effect.
Proposal. Unit A2 should state her intentions.
Why the hell would I do that?
In order to provide optimal support, pods must be supplied with data relating to the activities
The audience
of
needs to know
supporting
more
units.
information about you.
Happening.
Cool beans. Oh, well, I guess that's the actual tower, huh? I'm just continuing to hold down the dash button. Oh, she controls differently? I didn't know that. Bummer.
Proposal. Unit A2 should state her intentions.
What did I just say?
If an attending support unit is not provided with data related to the activity of its target, it is programmed to automatically repeat the request every 30 seconds until such data is made available.
Are you kidding me?
Proposal. Unit A2 should state her intentions. Needlessly repeating conversations on the same topic is a waste of energy resources.
You're the one who keeps talking.
Alright, nothing I can do in there. I don't think I have any map indicators. Let's try going that way. Yeah, they're pretty great. No. There's 3 different playthroughs. It's pretty complicated. You start playing as one character, and then the game ends and the credits roll. And then you load your save and you start playing as a different character that was in the same playthrough.
Stop! My intention is to beat the hell out of every goddamn machine I can find.
And then the credits
Is that
roll.
enough for you?
Affirmative. Scanning and marking of nearby machine life forms complete. Goliath.
And then the third playthrough starts with you alternating control between the 2 characters, because it actually takes place after the first 2 endings.
Area. Proposal. Goliath-class enemies should be destroyed.
Stripperella.
Tell me what to do.
Pods are not authorized to issue commands. Proposals are merely recommendations based on data provided by Unit A2. Proposal. Unit A2 should state
Oh, the
updated
regular
intentions in
androids
order
are
to
still
secure
here.
more usable data.
Shut the hell up.
Negative. This pod is engaging in activity based on the final order of Unit 2B. Yorha Unit A2 lacks the authority to issue commands.
Look, just stay out of my way.
Affirmative.
Save. Oh, it said there was a quest indicator here. Let's see. It's a really cool game, though. It's by a auteur developer who does a lot of cool fourth wall breaky stuff with the UI and the different saves and playthroughs and things like that. Just another side quest? Oh my god. Alright. I didn't really feel like we were moving back into being able to do side quest mode. I thought that we basically locked out on them.
The targeted packages.
Yeah, the perspective shifts frequently, so it goes from being a action game to being more of a bullet hell shooter to being a side scroller, stuff like that. I don't care enough. I'm gonna leave. I'll go try to go to the main quest indicator since I know there are side quests again here. I think it's on PC, right? I don't think Kiwi would like it, Brewski. I think he might, though. It's worth checking out. Desert Center. You'll probably see a perspective shift. I guess we'll see. The game sometimes does them rapid fire back to back, like we just did a space shooter section. No, I didn't want to know that she had a new mechanic, or that I needed to practice her. We can discuss it in hide, I guess, if you'd like, but I'd like to be as blind as possible. I was kind of under the impression that she was just, 2B. No, I know she's not. Hello, friendos. I think I can hit him with range attacks at all, right? Okay. It's not right now. Yo. These little rabbits in the backpack. That's cute. Ouch.
So much for Goliath class. That was over before it started.
Negative. Enemy machines remain in the area.
Still doesn't do anything. It popped up during the cutscene when I met the pod, which just kind of spins her weapon.
What the hell is that?
Hello. I love ball-shaped enemies in this game.
It appears to be a machine life form that has adapted to the desert environment.
It's a boss up.
Destroy the enemy machine.
Yeah, that's real helpful.
Andrea level tips. God.
He's tough. Time to bust out the
Alert. The use of B mode to increase nuclear fusion output carries unacceptable levels of risk. Any offensive boost is offset by lower defense and increased maintenance costs. The feature was removed from newer models for this reason.
Guess it's too bad I'm not a newer model.
Berserker mode. Sure. Oh, I have to hold it down for a bit. Oh god. Well, they did warn me. Like it screws up your indicator.
Older attacker models such as the Yorha A2 are not equipped with ranged weaponry. Proposal. Unit A2 should take advantage of her support pod, which is equipped
Berserk.
with helpful long-range attack features.
Oh, it's draining your health the whole
Patronize
time.
me.
Okay, that's cool. Can I turn it off once I activate it? Yeah, right? There's so much going on, and just a regular robot would have been fine. Let's maybe not do it while it's in the air. Yeah, that's too. Like, you're also transforming while it's in the air and you can't use it. I'm gonna use up all of my consumables. It's okay, I guess. Shield around itself now or something? I was like, I can't see anything either. Okay, so it's fake health, I guess. Understanding right. After it ends, I pop back out at whatever health I was at before I used it. Is that how it works? I killed one of them. Just don't use it here? Okay. Oh, they were going to require me to use it for a sec. How much extra damage does it give? Like, there's so much going on the screen right now, I can't tell at all what's happening. Oh, he gets like a shield eventually and stops taking damage? Double damage? Okay. Coming. I guess having the opportunity to get your health reduced to 0 and not just die is kind of nice. Maybe I have to kill them with the Berserker mode on. It looks like when I reduce them to 1 health, it gets that little golden shield and I can't hurt it anymore. I can see them trying to use it to teach me that I need to use it sometimes. Maybe. Thought I depleted one of the other ones earlier. That's all of them. guess its boss health is going down, at least. It's okay. I'm not gonna let this fight completely deplete the game's goodwill that it spent the last 3 hours building. But... yeah, there he got the little golden shield thing without me damaging him, which just makes me confused as to how that's supposed to work. There's a lot going on, basically. Yeah. Well, now that I've tried using it a few times, I'm guessing that's what you were talking about. What is that supposed to do? Taunt?
Alert. Oncoming EMP attack detected.
Let's not get EMP'd, please.
Escape recommended.
Oh, cool.
The EMP attack appears to have caused hacking damage to Unit A2's memory modules.
So this is my memory area. But why are you here?
Support units are required to monitor our target's internal systems.
Because the player needs some feedback here.
Ask me before you go
Deal and
poking
receive
around in
to
my
its
head.
damage. Okay, so like how long does it last? Is it a status effect? Is it indicated somewhere? You have to like have them targeted and use it?
What's all this about?
The hacking has caused the enemy's memories to merge with your own.
That's cool. Her brain's about to get real screwed up soon.
Normally you'd be called, but we'll be called 2B. Continue to observe the situation and dispatch.
This is a fragment of Unit 2B's memory data. It is an order she received from the Yorha commander when she was still alive.
Not ready, number 2. We're all here. Supposed to be here. Thank you. Giving meaning to my life.
Enough!
Memory data recognized as belonging to Yorha Unit A2 herself.
Shut up!
That's
Get out of
me.
my head already!
What, how long is the speedrun for this game? Is there a category that's all of the non-joke endings? Forgot if I asked that earlier. It's the little baby robot that she murdered. King baby.
You and
They
I
spent a lot of the B ending building
are
it.
the same. We have no one to help us. We can only cry and scream.
4 hours, okay.
Just shut up.
She can go into the resistance camp and start doing side quests. Like, I feel like they should lock you out of that. Like, oh, she's all beat up and clothes are torn apart.
Pod 153, commencing data sharing.
Just over 4 hours. Cool.
Affirmative. Launching compressed conversation mode.
Doki doki now.
Compressed conversation mode complete.
Cool.
Affirmative. Awaiting report on the effects of Unit 2B's memory data on Unit A2's self-consciousness.
Understood. Updating as reference data for support activity.
Well, we just did A2. That's cool. I like this. Periodically review the mental state of 9S. Neat. I think I'll just alternate between the two of them.
Looks like he's awake, Devila. Morning. Slept well, didn't you, 9S?
Gotta put this back on. Be unreasonable not to.
The resistance camp?
That's right. You've been unconscious for nearly 2 weeks. A little thank you for saving your butt would be nice.
Where's 2B?
I forget, did I meet these characters earlier? Do they have like side quests associated with them or something?
Disappeared.
Oh.
Devila and Popola are rare android models designed for medical treatment and maintenance.
Thanks,
Without
Spot
the bunker,
153.
they are the only remaining way for Unit 9S to initiate repairs. Proposal. A word of appreciation is appropriate.
Thanks.
Yeah, there used to be lots of our models around. Apparently, we were put here to oversee some
Pod
kind of
153 is
large-scale
manners
system that was in
backseating over
place.
here.
Apparently. What does that mean?
It means we don't know. All the records from that era have been deleted. Our model kind of went nutso at some point in the past. It ended badly. Most of our kind were disposed of after that, but we were spared. They used us as a sort of control group in order to ensure such a thing couldn't happen again. So yeah, we're lab rats. But at least we get to be here helping out friends. I'd like to think that we're atoning in some way for our past sins. Try not to overdo it, 9S.
Okay. I need the maintenance that lets me walk faster.
Report.
Is there
Mail notification received from access point.
a way for me to get a large gear? Or is it going to be a while before I can talk to the second blacksmith again? We did all the side quests, right? There's nothing else that pops up that's new? Can I find a mule? Are there any side quests? List. Gathering keepsakes. It's not on the don't do it list. Okay. Let's see. Flooded City, although the save points aren't blue anymore. Okay. Council of Humanity. Attention all androids. We've received word of the recent destruction of Adam and Eve. The machine life form central networking units. The enemy weakened. Now's our moment. Glory to mankind. Yeah. Recent large-scale offensive ended in crushing defeat with the loss of our Yorha compatriots being a particular point of deep regret. Long will we remember their brave sacrifice. Don't lose hope. The truth is that we, the Patriots, humanity's great army, still possess the upper hand. Go forth and fight for victory, not just for your sake, but for the sake of the fallen as well. I wonder who's pulling the robot strings to get all the Yorha to die. It might be the machines themselves. Oh wow, thank you very much, Overboard. How have you guys been? A very huge congratulations, Ollie, on your marriage this past weekend. Watched some of your slideshow after the stream yesterday. If you guys haven't followed Overboard before, they're fantastic. Dag and Brawley, twitch.tv/Overboard Gaming. And I really can't recommend them enough. They're also super active on the Twitch subreddit. They posted a lot of really good guides, so if you've ever been interested in getting into streaming, I recommend checking out their
what is that?
Reddit profile, looking through some of their old posts.
That appeared from an area beneath the ground. It would appear to be machine-related in origin. Further details unknown. Mobile transport platform detected.
Is the platform just open back up?
Section emerging from the facility's center.
So, an elevator?
Oh, so this is the thing that was blocked from A2. Maybe I can use it. Okay, cool. Okay. Presumably we're not allowed to do that. Okay. Fair enough. That's pretty awesome.
Query. What is the motive for a machine lifeform to provide such an announcement?
There's no reason for anything they do.
How delightful they sound. Okay, I guess there is more for me to do around the outside of the... Gotcha. Thought I wanted me to go somewhere else. If you're just popping in from Overboard stream, I'm Marstead. I'm trying to beat every awesome game ever made. I believe there's so many awesome games out there, it's impossible for any one person to play them all, let alone beat them. But that means that we will never run out. To see a list of all the games we've played so far, you can head over to games.marstead.com. Because I can't bust any of these, can I? And you can even vote for the next awesome game. This game was actually voted for, which is why we're playing it right now. There's a voting status tab at the bottom of that game spreadsheet. That explains how that works. I really love the design of that. That's really cool.
The heck was that?
Did a good job building up to this so far.
Said message relays the locations of objects known as resource recovery units.
Now they're just messing with us.
I guess if I'm about to reach a side quest point of no return, give me a heads up.
Massive facility you just accessed. It appears to be machine-related in origin, though further details are unknown. Additionally, the large structural units launched from the facility have been detected in multiple areas.
Large structural units?
Said units were marked as goals earlier. They are believed to be so-called resource recovery units.
Oh, it was the thing
What
the
do these
Ribbit just brought
units
up. Gotcha.
Unknown.
Where's A2?
Unit A2's position and current status are unknown.
All right. Mark the positions of those units on my map, will ya?
Proposal. Unit 9S should state his intentions.
I'm going to wipe out the machines.
With the bunker destroyed,
Previous orders to Yorha units would be suspended. Proposal. Rendezvous with resistance forces and confirm chain of command.
I
Is
don't
that a
care
good
about chain of
idea?
command. I have one goal now. I'm going to kill every last machine. And then I'm going to kill A2.
It's a misunderstanding. Oh, poor 9S. What a goof. We're safe from points of no return for a while? Okay, thanks. Let's see where we headed here. Well, I can warp again, so that's nice. What is that closest to? Forest Castle Front. Yeah, the White City. Which was one of my favorite, like, scene changes in the game leading up to this point. That was really awesome. Forest Castle Front should get me there. I like how you just kind of turn the corner. It was very, Miyazaki, Dark Souls. I guess especially, well, Dark Souls 2 more like, right? Dark Souls 2 is the one where you have all these impossible areas and you'll open a door and go from Volcano World to Ice Town. Yeah, it would be nice if it was an actual whole level. You don't get a lot of time to steep in it. This game makes you steep in certain sequences and kind of rushes through other ones. It's very interesting. And I can never really tell why it makes one choice or the other. Can I see... Looking for large gear. I need a third large gear. Now, does Emil sell one? Or Emil sell one in this playthrough? I think someone was saying he wasn't going to sell one in the B playthrough, right? Only sells it if he spawns outside the resource camp. What triggers him to spawn? Does he spawn whenever I transport places? Or is he moving around as the game clock is moving forward? I'm on the C playthrough, Nonovan, so we've finished the A and B playthrough so far.
Analysis. The fog is actually steam emitted by a large enemy structural unit.
Steam? For what purpose?
Unknown.
Okay, I'm going the right way. Just making sure. You might have to shop with him in the desert to get him to spawn elsewhere.
Hello, this is the Resource Recovery Unit, now activating defense mode.
Love how delighted it sounds. It's pretty awesome. I guess these things kind of justify a bit of the empty space earlier in the game.
Writing is an ancient language known as angelic. It reads, meat box.
Okay, then.
That was the correct response to that. I'll go look for him later. If I'm playing as 9S, it doesn't matter as much, but I need to get as many damage upgrades as I can on A2. Okay.
Is this entire building made of machines? Even on the inside?
Analysis. Many useless parts unrelated to machine lifeform functionality detected. The reason for using said parts is unknown.
There's no meaning to anything
Looks
they
cool.
do.
This forest is our forest. Your Majesty.
I need to buy more consumable healing items, especially with A2's playstyle. I like how different this place looks and feels to the rest of the game up to this point, too. Howdy. Damage heal can like counteract the damage taken per second. Is damage heal a percentage of damage dealt? Let's see. Don't use it. Yeah. It's kind of a hassle. It takes a really long time to trigger. Extra damage taken. Maybe if it's against an enemy that's not constantly moving far away from you and becoming invulnerable. That's what was driving me nutty about it. Guessing the speedrun really enjoys that mode. Hey Ben! Are you so soft and furry? Or are you so hungry? Looks like it's the latter. And he jumped on my chest. Hello. Oh, well, I've had a problem with doing damage. I think it's just because I'm under-leveled. Oh shoot, I got turned around. Alright. Fortunately, there's an objective indicator. Good job, game. No, I mean, like, enemies have been 3 or 4 levels higher than me for about the last 10 hours of gameplay. Well, maybe that's intended. That's how the math is oriented, but...
Machines can't feel pain.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can't say for sure, sir. I don't have an intuition for this game's math. Usually I use it as a shorthand, as like, okay, enemy levels are generally an indicator of what level I ought to be in a given area. But who knows with this game. Hey, it's one of those Serious Sam yelling, exploding jerks. Yeah. Right. It almost makes me wonder if the difference is scripted. Like if the game files indicate this enemy should be player's current level plus X, right? Although Spiky did mention in his playthrough that same enemy was like level 60, so maybe that's not the case. I like that as an approach to enemy design if you're going to use level math in the first place. It's kind of similar to like old school D&D CR design, right? ore. Most of the materials in this game are used only for weapon upgrading, right? It feels like a... Maybe they had bigger plans with it before. Hey, someone's actually talking during a hacking sequence. I like it. Oh, yikes. I don't think I've seen this orientation before. The walls must disappear. That's cool. That's a pretty standard XP curve. Enemies that are easy to kill don't really give you any rewards. Enemies that are difficult to kill give you higher XP. Has the enthusiast community found like an ideal point in this game to farm? There's got to be a particular zone where the enemies give just the right amount of XP regardless of your level.
Now shut up. Shut up. Shut up! Shut up!
Calm down, 9S. So, alright. I like what's happening with the story. I like 9S having this hatred of the machines and wanting to kill A2 and all of that. I think framing it as a misunderstanding from what he saw from a distance is kind of putzing with the drama a little bit, because like I know that they're just gonna have a conversation at some point, but I also don't know how to fix it. Like if the design goal is to have you play as both A2 and 9S at the same time, then you have to know that A2 didn't actually murder 2B. I guess. Maybe they could hide that from you and reveal it later. Maybe you'd just be surprised as to why you're controlling this character, and she seems to be a jerk, and it's only later that they do a flashback that explains what exactly happened with 2B. The bosses feel like they take forever to kill, Serp. At least with the way this game's combat system is oriented. It might just be that the bosses aren't designed to be terribly precise. There's not really phasing. Most of the enemies are just hit point sponges. Obviously, it's not a problem right now because hack basically ignores enemy health, or it makes it so the fight progresses in a very different path than if you're playing as 2B or A2. What do I like hack so much? So, I'll wait till after this cutscene. I'll talk about it some more.
Prepare energy. Close range firing mode. Maximum output.
He's gonna murder the poor little baby energy ball.
Fire.
That's sad. What a jerk. Nah, he's gonna become the villain. There's the access key. Got a bad feeling about this.
Kill me. Kill me. Kill me.
Cool. Yeah, I guess I wish that they would have cut away right when A2 shows up. Like, don't even show her killing the robots that are surrounding the hacked 2B, and then cut away to 9S's perspective. So all he sees is 2A murdering her. And then you control her, and then you're confused, like, wait a minute, what's going on with this? That's weird. Why would they let me control someone who appears to be a bad guy? But by showing us that 2B was totally down with it, it's kind of hard to empathize with 9S. A2's memory region is combined with 2B's data. And I think that me assuming that I'm under-leveled SERP is me giving this game credit where maybe it's not deserved. I've been assuming that the reason why fights seem to go on way longer than they continue to be interesting is because I just haven't done enough grinding. But if they're actually designed to take as long as they take, they're not challenging enough to be like a Dark Souls fight where it's like, okay, you need to understand this pattern and then get good at it enough to not die to it. And they're also not easy enough.
Starting to piss me off.
Alert. Fuel filter
I like it
performance
too.
deteriorating. Fine particulate matter seems to have entered the filter while fighting in the desert. Proposal. Replace the faulty part immediately.
You make it sound so easy.
Records indicate said part was once used at the resistance camp.
The resistance camp.
Here we go. I also think a 4-minute boss fight isn't necessarily overlong, but there's a... I think that there's a spectrum that's based on the design of your game in general. So, like, I don't know, a game like... If the boss is having phase changes, if something is happening at different hit point thresholds, like, then it can be justified. If it's something that's really, really hard and you're really just sitting on the edge, feeling good about every single dodge you get off because, you know, you don't want to take any damage. But in this game, it's like after the first 20 seconds of a boss fight, you get it. And then they just make you repeat that loop so many times, you know? Just this camp. So that's where I've been like, oh, it must just be that I'm under-leveled, and if I were higher level, then this fight would basically end once you get it. No, I mean, I can sympathize with 9S. I get what they're going for, but, like, you know, it's a narrative trope, and maybe they'll subvert the narrative trope, and that'd be cool. Maybe 9S will never find out what's actually going on, and then it will redeem itself. But the trope of the, oh no, it's a misunderstanding, it could just be resolved if these two characters talk to each other, is so worn where you know that, okay, we're going to have manufactured drama until they get to have a conversation. So it's not so much that it makes it difficult for me to empathize with 9S as it is that it's difficult for me to have any stake in it. Right? I don't suspect anything bad is going to happen. Now, it would be fantastic if he never finds out and just murders her. And never knows...
Are those machines fighting each other?
I don't trust Pascal because the voice that was on the bunker sounded a lot like Pascal. Yeah, the previous misunderstanding was cleared up in 2 seconds. And now, like, the thrust of the drama is based on an extended misunderstanding. So,
You're a machine too.
Wait, please. I have no intention.
you should buy some new clothes in
My
town.
name is Pascal, and while it's true that I am a machine life form, I also detest fighting of any kind.
And machines don't have souls. They're just murder bots with a fancy name. They killed so many of us. And I swore to make them pay.
I see. If that will save your soul, then so be it.
Am I role-playing as her, or am I choosing as a player? I feel like she would totally destroy him. Story's gonna be more interesting with you let him live, because I think he might not be a good guy.
Aren't going to kill me?
Just shut up and leave before I change my mind.
You... my thanks.
Mm-hmm. Would be a cool shenanigan if that's what they're going for. Yo. She's dead. Well, everyone was just kind of chilling in here when the logic virus was spreading around. Oh, cool. Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you. I'd love to get the weapon upgrade here. Can I do it now? I gotta warp to right outside the desert and then buy something. Or I guess I can see if he's visible on the map. Hold on. I'll try. Okay, well, he's not there. Oh, wait. Maybe he is. Is that what that is? Desert camp. Thanks. I have a feeling that this game doesn't have actual branching paths, like a permanent branch. The game seems to suggest that up to this point. Maybe some decisions just change some dialogue here and there. Like choosing which perspective I'm going to do first and with which pod doesn't seem to actually change the path of the game, but don't tell me if I'm right about that. Interesting not being sure. So I wonder if the game would change if I killed Pascal. Probably wouldn't let me, or it was probably a time paradox joke ending.
Huh? What's that?
Proposal. Use pot fire to force him to
Nothing
stop.
can move in. Yo. I'm not seeing. I'm using the taunt ability.
What? Is that?
Oh, that's it? Okay, I understand. So it has to be like right in front of them. You said it makes me do double damage to them and they do double damage to me? Okay. So everything he sells is junk, right? Like, you never want to pay for chips in this game? You wanna know where I live? No. That's funny. Oh, I have to buy something? What's the cheapest thing?
Thanks, friendo.
Hey, Lewitt, how you doing? How is your Tuesday treating you so far? Warp to the camp and see if they're at the camp, and if not, warp somewhere close by and just keep warping until Emil's at the camp, is that right? Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I really enjoy everything that's happened in this game, starting with the end of the B playthrough, I think. It's winning me back. Makes a couple questionable mechanical decisions here and there, but it's still kind of holding pretty strong in this section of it. Alright, let's see. Hey, he's right outside. That might be all we need. Oh boy, oh boy. Wait. Map is puzzling this game. Okay, let's see.
We've got this, Marstead. Where? How?
First try.
Where? First try.
And you said that's a mask that Yoko Taro wears? Like he doesn't appear in public without it? The Emil face? Wait, where'd he go? Oh, he just has a really wide path, I guess. Get a moose. So consider there to be an enemy nearby. Alright, let me see how it is. It's was it Pokey from Super Mario Brothers? This is the Circus of Values. I could be right in front of him for that to— oh my god. Well, that happened. I think I saved recently. Watch Emil not be outside this time. I've had the vision of the Minato. Right, Spiky? I'm going to hit hack. I'm like, oh right, I can't hack. Oh right, I can't hack. To fight this thing for real. Yeah, he's not gonna be outside. Oh, he is. Alright. I think the game basically pauses when you're in a conversation. I wonder why they make it so you have to kill nearby enemies to talk to NPCs. It's like that would strain credibility. It's not reasonable at all. Why would a shopkeeper sell you things if there were hostile robots nearby? That's just simply absurd. Hey, bud. Wait, so he doesn't have anything yet other than chips. Do I have to buy something different from him? Some multi-stage type thing? I guess the stuff he's selling is more expensive. It's 2 inventories? Oh. And it's just random chance whenever he's outside? Okay. So warp somewhere else. I might just say screw it. If I'm gonna do it, I should do it on the 9S side because I can hack stuff anyway. Yo. Fuel filter. Pascal makes them. Of course they trade with the enemy. They're totally not the bad guys. I did check it. I mean, maybe in the last hour I picked one up. Yeah. Oh wait, no. Something happened in the last hour. I apologize.
Alert.
I pre-grumped.
Filter will cause significant problems with fuel distribution. Proposal. Replace the faulty part immediately.
Okay.
I know.
Coordinates confirmed for a colony centered around the machine lifeform known as Pascal. Location marked on map.
You don't know when to shut up, do you?
Huh. Well, I'm interested where they're going with this. Because it kind of seems like they're backsliding into goofy quests. They had a lot of momentum built up earlier. He's closest to the royal chamber, isn't he? The blacksmith? It's like this game seems like it builds up lots and lots of momentum, and then oh my god! Momentum. And maybe that's like the intent. It doesn't feel quite on the level of like Bravely second level filler or padding, but it definitely feels like a similar pacing to, like we said before, Final Fantasy XIV. Fetch quest, fetch quest, fetch quests, fetch quests, kill God! Fetch quests, fetch quests, fetch quests. Should be good enough. Hey, buddy. Upgrade. Ancient Overlord. And that's the max level. Cool. So, given that I'm only going to use that weapon because it has the crit bonus, I will never need to craft again, right? Come on. Yeah. Heavy attack is kind of pointless in this game. Alright, let's warp it up. Warp it up. Huh. It make me walk there, okay. There must be a reason for that. I think there was a pretty easy exit from the park ruins to get to it. I don't remember. It's like we came barreling out of the 2A, or I'm sorry, A2 reveal, and then like the first thing that happened was I was able to go into the resistance camp and accept a quest to push boxes. And it's like, well, the side quests are just available in the game. It was kind of on me for not looking for the main quest destination. But I think that some games would block you from picking up a box moving quest when like there's that much drama momentum. It kind of like gives up the ghost. Oh, I like that these guys are virus. That's cool. Awesome. I guess that's why we can't just teleport straight there. Oh, there's screwed up mouths too. Revisit the melee combat. Before you joined, we were kind of discussing that I've never been underleveled, so I'm not sure which one it is. I've been doing it pretty consistently since the start of the C playthrough, and it feels just as bad so far. Maybe it improves later on. Alright, let me see. I don't actually remember how to get there. I think it was from an underground tunnel. I'll try to go find a warp point and warp to the forest. Play like Uncharted. Well, apparently the reason I was having boss troubles at the beginning of the game is because I wasn't just using consumables and spamming attack, spamming heal. Like by trying to stay far away and shoot it, things took forever. So then I switched to doing melee, and it still feels like it takes too long, but at least it doesn't take like 40 minutes. Ancient Overlord makes bullets explode. That's cool. Which of the villages in the staircase area? Oh, like over here somewhere? Oh, I think I see. It's supposed to loop up and around. Yeah, I mean, I'm really sorry, guys. I like a lot of this game, and I think it definitely merits like a 85 out of 100. It's very, very solid, very different experience than I've ever seen. I hope that I'm not like upsetting anybody by the stuff I don't like about it. I feel like I had this problem with a couple other games too. Like when I first started playing Persona 3, about 30 hours into it, I realized this game's not for me. But I still should play it because it's an awesome game and it's an experience I wouldn't have otherwise. And if you guys would prefer that I like hold back and not say if I don't like something, if it makes you feel bad, or you don't want to see it, then I can hold back. That's no problem. This way, maybe? I'll probably up this ladder and then around. Okay, you guys see it. I don't remember how I went through here the first time, to be honest. It can get really hard with games people really like, I know, because, like... Personally, when I say, I don't like the combat in this, or I don't like this sequence, or this part's frustrating, that's not me saying this game is garbage. I try really hard, I think, to make that clear, that I can dislike one part of it while liking other parts. Yeah.
There's machines everywhere.
Analysis. This is a colony of pacifistic machine lifeforms led by the unit known as Pascal. It is logical for a large number of machine lifeforms to be present. This pod has concerns regarding Yorha Unit A2's predictive skills.
I'd be more concerned about me smashing your face if I were you.
Yeah, like... If I were not streaming, that's a really good point, Serp. If I weren't streaming this game, I would wait until I completed the game. I wouldn't be talking to anybody in the moment every second about what I think about it, right? And then once it's done, I'd say, oh, that game was actually super rad. But I gotta be talking all the time, so if something happens that I don't like in the moment, it's a natural thing to bring up. Thank you again for rescuing me. Double ellipsis. Thanks, Pod 42. Moving things forward. Right. Important. I generally use awesome more to mean important. And sometimes I can both really enjoy the whole game and have no complaints about it and recognize its importance. Other games like Persona, where it's like, well, I get why this is important, but it's there's something about it that's rubbing me the wrong way.
Areas where rigid tree bark is available marked on map.
God damn it.
Okay. Well,
Analysis. Hostility toward the
A2's saying what I'm thinking.
is pointless from an energy usage standpoint. Proposal.
Is that so?
Form a friendly relationship immediately.
You've got to be kidding me.
Something's up with these pods, man. I like how they seem to be going with it. Yeah, so like, I've been waiting for it to prove me wrong with this fuel filter thing, and now it's sending me on a fetch quest to go find lumber. It's not that that's never an appropriate thing to do in the game, but it really felt like the end of the B playthrough and the beginning of the C playthrough were like, alright, remember all that slow, side questy, jumping around the map stuff? We're moving on. Now shit's real, and there are stakes and danger. That's how all great stories start. And I say that while still acknowledging that, like, you know, everything that happened at the end of B and the beginning of C continues to be rad. It just continues to be rad independently from this shit they're having to do right now, which is kind of sad. I'm collecting tree asses instead of bear asses. Be in small village, go in the forest, yada yada. Demons are destroying the country, go kill God. I think it's harder with something like NieR Automata or Persona because I like JRPGs and I like action RPGs and the kind of Dark Souls-like elements of this game. So I think that that makes my frustrations with it feel like they're harder to toss. Like when it comes to an RTS game, I'm like, I suck at RTS games. I'm not having a lot of fun right now because this stresses me out, and it's not because the game is bad, it's because I can't enjoy it. But here it's like, oh, I wish this was more like Dark Souls, or oh, I wish this was more like this game that did this better. I wish the dialogue was more precise. I won't fall back on, oh, maybe it's just not for me. Like, a lot of the decisions in this one I think are incorrect for everybody. Like, I'm sure that there are people who like NieR enough that they're not gonna really care that the combat's kind of samey. I keep trying to hack them. But I think making the combat better would make the game better for everyone, even the true fans who don't really care. You know what I mean? I like that witch time power. Yeah. Well, okay, so I don't think that the combat is bad. I think it has illusory depth. I think that it simultaneously wants to be a, like, low-stakes Bayonetta style, or Devil May Cry style brawler, where it's like, it's not a question of whether you're going to win, it's how cool are you going to look while winning. But it also wants to have some hardcore ideas like the dodge roll. And I wonder if making healing more difficult, for example, or putting a cooldown on it, would make it better for everybody, or there are people who only enjoy the combat in this game because they can do this and mash small recovery and basically be at full health for a whole fight. That blob of XP. God. Yeah, I think someone recommended overclock last time. Does that attack normally knock enemies up into the air so she can start juggling them? And they just must be too heavy for that to work, I guess? I guess we shoot that enough, it turns the electricity off, and then we can damage him safely.
Guess I'll go back to that machine.
Got my rigid tree bark. Okay. It might just be that something like Dark Souls works because it is so careful in restricting what you can do to cheese it. Like, games that are almost cheesable, I don't know, I think that a lot of players try to search for the path of least resistance in games. Sometimes you have that argument, like, oh yeah, they give you this ability to heal as much as you like and spam it, but you don't have to use it. And it's like, well, I guess that's true. Chipsets and weapon swapping give the combat more depth. At the end of the day, like, no matter what weapon you're using, you can mash square and then mash heal and you'll win, right? It's not like Dark Souls where, like, okay, you know, using a spear versus using an axe might be the difference to whether you succeed or not. I think I might just have to warp there. Just do that. Get lost here too often. I got a big enough gap in between sessions of this game, but I don't really have a mental version of the map. Yeah, swapping chipsets seems kind of excessive with the math on the chips in this game. I guess there are a couple chips that have a significant effect, but most of them are just like a little... You get a little crit boost, or you get a little movement speed boost. Stacking move speed for the race minigame. Uh-huh. So yeah, I think it might be a really similar problem to the Uncharted thing, Apex, not to open an old wound, but Uncharted is playable if you play it like you think any other shooter should be played, by getting behind cover and popping out and shooting people until they die. From what you said, that's not how you're supposed to play it, but it's completely playable doing that, and it's a miserable experience. I think that's where the onus is on the developer, to make the miserable experience inaccessible. Or just so heavily reinforced that you need to do this. Have a fight where you have to swap chipsets, or have slashing, blunt, or piercing damage, and there's a boss that only takes piercing damage, so you have to switch weapons, right? It's sometimes having options for options' sake, where the game doesn't actually reinforce that at all.
Here's your stuff.
Can just feel frustrating and diluting to the experience.
Please just give me one moment.
If you use the high-level chips, you get some pretty huge bonuses.
He can fly.
Some bosses can't be taunted, that's when you swap with
The
the quick
machine
build.
lifeform Pascal has returned.
Thanks for the fuel filter. Sure. Vanquish the bad bot is on the no quest list, so we will say no to that. Thanks, team. We'll see if Uncharted 4 is the same. So if you guys didn't follow that playthrough, apparently the way you're supposed to play Uncharted is you're supposed to shoot people a little bit, like from out of cover. Like, you're not ever supposed to pop out. You're supposed to do the movie hero thing where you shoot from cover, and then after you've shot them a couple times, they die instantly to melee hits. And that's how it's supposed to be fun. The reason why all the enemies are giant hit point sponges, and you can shoot them like 30 times and they don't die, is you're only supposed to like spray them a bit and then run up and melee them. But it's my recollection, the game doesn't really teach you that that's how it works. Yeah. No, I hear you. Well, it bugs me. I'm excited to try Uncharted 4 with that playstyle. Run out and punch people after you kill them. Let's see. Oh, was it actually in Pascal's village and I had to turn it in? That was the mini quest. My bad. Back. Now, actually, is Emil out here by any chance? Am I... Oh wait, I don't need his gear anymore. Never mind. Let the children die because you deem the quest beneath you. So the chip system starts to be fun in the end game. I played a couple games that have that, where like the math is kind of built around it only being effective at the end game, so it kind of feels like a superfluous system early on.
Life forms detected.
I guess I'll just do this, get it over with. I still can't hack as much as I would love to. Thanks, Darkstar. Engine builds have to make choices as it will fit. So maybe it's the kind of playstyle that's fun for a min-maxer that's playing it on a second playthrough. Thanks. Pretty much just did that to get the quest marker to go away at this point. Oh, A2. I guess that was a prerequisite for other quests. What? No. Purchase something for the children. Play with us is on the no list. When y'all were making the don't do these quest list, did you consider quests that were prerequisites for other ones? I assume so, right? Okay, gotcha. This is gonna suck. She knows it. Is it below me? It can still be up, right? No? Oh, maybe. Hey, dude. Hear him out. Tell the machine to get bent. Dark Souls storytelling game has rich lore and a story you can engage with however much you want. Whether you really want to delve into it or ignore it and just kill dudes. Yeah, I think I agree. You're saying that NieR is that, but with mechanics. You can basically ignore the mechanics and try to focus on the story, but you can also really get into the mechanics if you want to. Let's go. This is camp. For reals this time. Right. Using your UI as storytelling again. Yeah. Yeah, I think that it's really difficult for me to take a game that has a cool story, because what I'm invested in this game is the story and the story only. Like, if this were a visual novel, I think I would like it a lot more, actually. I think that's a good comparison to continue the conversation. Let me see if I can buy some more healing items here. Get who sells them. Nope. I haven't really gotten any significant new chips since I last fused. Well, and I really like this game telling its story through gameplay. When that happens, when it does stuff like that, like the screen where you have to adjust the brightness settings and all of the hacking minigames, like all that stuff is really rad. Really rad. Huge fan. And you should totally use your game mechanics for storytelling. Death Rattle. Oh, interesting. But I think that the difference as I see it between this and the you can choose to interface with the Dark Souls story or not is that you can't choose to not interface with the mechanics of a game, right? So it's important to get them right, I think, for anyone that's not looking for the depth element. And I'm trying to think, what's a game that I've played that the core experience is fun, but the hardcore experience is also fun? Probably Final Fantasy X. I think that Final Fantasy X's core combat experience is a really good difficulty curve. It feels just right. You have to use all of your abilities. It's fun. But once you break it, you can go to the arena, and the arena's like, haha, we know what you would do to break it. Now we're going to make it hard even though you've broken it, right? And I think that both levels are interesting. But if you have it so only the monster arena is fun and the rest of it is a slog to get to it, no, I think that that's a design failure. Valda's story. Actually, Valda's story, Transistor would be my example. Transistor is like, has way too much depth for its own good, and it's all real depth, but the game is only like 5 hours long. There's not even enough time to check all that stuff out. But if you don't invest in the depth, the game is still really, really rad, and it works. Without you needing to, you know, play it like a super fan that's gone through it 100 times. You like to engage with the system, figure out how it works, and then build accordingly, which makes even the highest difficulty disappointingly easy. Well, the arena is like, I think it's completely optional, right? I think you might have to do one section of it to get the Magus Sisters, but after that, it's a pretty incestuous system. It's like crafting in Final Fantasy XIV. It exists for people that want to do hardcore Monster Arena stuff so that they can do more hardcore Monster Arena stuff. Which I think is right. I think the problem is when the bad content is a gate that you have to pass through to get to the good content in any game. And that's going to change from game to game, but...
There only commenceth the man who is not superfluous. I see. It seems this Nietzsche was quite the profound thinker. Or perhaps he skipped right past profound and went straight to crazy instead. Oh well, enough of that. I best go see the world for myself instead of burying my head in books.
We are going to have a Pascal playthrough. Hey! So I'm guessing they would have blocked us from killing Pascal earlier. Get a bad ending, time paradox, or a but thou must. Yeah, but only people that... My point is, like, super bosses aren't for the typical player. Like, I would never do super bosses on stream with the way I'm playing these games. That's where I say it's incestuous.
Of course I will. You have my word. And Uncle Pascal would never lie and break his word.
That sounds like a plant if I've ever heard one. If you are into the game and well-versed in the finer aspects, you're likely to feel like people who aren't are missing out on the fun. I probably have an example of that in the opposite direction, right? I'll think about it, where like I've tried to recommend a game to somebody where I was super into it, and they couldn't get past the surface level element and didn't like it because of it, and I was bummed out. I guess FF14, I've tried to get a lot of people to play it. Like, I promise this game is fucking amazing. You just gotta do 80 hours of work to play it.
To bring this to Pascal.
I like the short cutaway for that.
A2, can you hear me?
Oh, perfect.
Help, A2.
I have the materials
The
you
village
asked
is
me
in
to...
great trouble. The villagers are...
Pascal! Pascal, are you there? What the hell is going on?
Hypothesis. The valuable source of information known as Pascal has encountered difficulty. Proposal. Unit A2 should investigate Pascal's village immediately.
I'm on my way.
Alright, she sounds like she's invested now. Okay, Dark Souls is a really good comparison. It's actually, I think it's even very similar to the Final Fantasy XIV one I was just talking about. Like, I want people to play 14, and then they play it and they don't get to the good stuff, and then I go, well, that makes sense. They have to work their butts off to get to the good stuff, and that might not be one of their priorities, so that's fair. Similarly, I think Dark Souls is the best game ever. The more I think about it, I think it's my favorite game. I think everyone should play it, but I would never in a million years ask my wife to play that game. It is like hell for her. It is the anti-Andrea game. And if I got her to play it, if I finally just forced her to give it a try, and she wasn't enjoying it, I don't think I would go, oh, well, she's not getting into the depth of it, right? That's what's wrong. She's just not letting herself get immersed enough in it, and that's why she's not enjoying it. I would be like, well, it's not really a game for her. As much as I love it and wish everyone could enjoy it, I get that some games just don't connect with certain kinds of people and certain kinds of gamers. And as much as I try to be a gamer for every genre, I think that makes the thing we were talking about earlier, too, about, like, no one feels weird with an RTS game because I'm just bad at RTS games. So you can easily be like, oh, I guess that just must not be for him. Glad he pushed through it. Whereas it's like, I'm not particularly bad at action RPGs or turn-based JRPGs, so if it doesn't stick with me, you're like, he must not be getting the depth of it. Yeah, right. Hollow Knight turned people off because it's basically the opposite of instant gratification. Right, you don't get the double jump until, the last, like, quarter of the game. How are you doing, Isla? Now we're gonna find out why there were corpses here earlier. Oh, cool. Cool. They're like zombies. It's fantastic. Big fan.
Hell? The machines are eating each other?
I totally agree, sir.
Unknown. Cannot establish connection.
It gets super good. Just wait till episode 130. Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know.
Some of those shows that are a week at the beginning.
Suddenly went mad. They began attacking their friends. I managed to help the children flee to safety, but I fear everyone else is.
Pascal, this is your fault for not giving everybody else a cool floaty clown car thing.
But what about you?
These guys can't touch me. Now move your ass.
Nice. It's less bad if you started when there weren't 130 episodes, right? I think there's a lot of media out there that is, like, legit bad at the beginning, though. But it's, like, bad but necessary to develop a context for the characters. My favorite webcomic of all time, Achewood, doesn't get good until you've read a year worth of comics. And that year's worth isn't very good, but it's necessary to understand a lot of the context for jokes later on. So it's painful to try to get people to get into it. This is really cool. Sometimes you can straight up skip stuff, like, I remember I had people trying to get me into, what was it? Parks and Recreation for a long time, and Season 1 of Parks and Rec is, like, actively awful. But it turns out that Season 2 does not require you to watch one at all to enjoy it. So we just skipped Season 1, and then it was great. Don't feel like I missed any important information. Yeah. And Office Season 1's not as bad, but it's more necessary. Yeah, Season 1 of Parks and Rec is The Office reskinned. It stands out really badly. I got your shield. Yeah. Yeah, I think that the early minutes, the early hours of a game are really important to developing your connection to the characters and the story and understanding of how the game's going to play out. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect by any means. But I definitely have a lot of like material out there that I like in spite of its opening, and it makes it really hard for me to feel okay with sharing it with other people, because I'm asking them to basically work to get to the good part.
I can't leave this village to fend for itself.
Alright, A2. Yeah. The subjectivity is an important part. I guess that's where I'm coming from with saying that, like, you know, my issues with NieR Automata probably have more to do with me as a gamer and my approach to games, and probably most significantly the fact that I'm streaming it. I couldn't tell you if I would be as frustrated if I were playing this off stream, because I'd be such a rabid completionist, right? I'd probably be doing every side quest as it popped up and pausing constantly to change out my chips and shit like that. And then I'd experience it holistically because I wouldn't feel like, I need to say out loud what my feelings are in this experience so far. I feel like once I start saying that at the beginning of the game, it's gonna have to get increasingly baked in, right? Like, I actually kind of feel bad in retrospect. I was pretty harsh on Iconoclasts because of it made some conveyance errors early in the game, and noticing those errors kind of bummed me out because the game itself was really good and had some really cool ideas. But I think it made me all the more likely as the game progressed to notice more and more conveyance issues that may have just slipped past me otherwise. And the game is really good, and it's an incredibly impressive work coming from one person, right? And should be judged in that context. I think they do. I think you make it real, so to speak. So I've definitely had games that I think have blown me away more because I'm streaming them and because I'm in a position where I know other people are listening when I can say, oh my god, that sequence was so brilliant, look how they did the cinematography and blah 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 blah. Like, sometimes I'll do that with movies. If I'm just watching them with Andrea, we're not in a theater or something, I'll point out that was a really cool shot.
Pod. Scan for survivors.
Scanning. No life signs detected.
None, huh? Pascal, can you hear me?
Hey, too. How is my village? My people?
I'm sorry. I couldn't help them.
Oh no.
Are the children all right?
I've taken them to the abandoned factory.
All right. I'm on my way.
I believe you, Manak. I just think it's important to recognize that you probably represent a very small percentage of the total player community, right? Like, coming back to the Dark Souls conversation, I think it's important to recognize that as someone who loves Dark Souls, I'm an unusual person. I guess Dark Souls is more popular than I feel like it has any business being. But, like, I am a kind of gamer that likes being punished and likes to suffer and feels like likes having to earn my wins, so to speak. But I can then realize that I get that that's not most people, and I wouldn't make my nephew play Dark Souls, and I wouldn't make my sister play Dark Souls, you know? Or if I asked them to try it and they said they didn't like it, I wouldn't be like, well, what are you missing? What's wrong with you? Like, okay, I guess that makes sense. And I think that Final Fantasy XIV is a little bit different because in 14 there's like 7 or 8 games in that game, and there's one really frustrating game that's going to be frustrating to 90% of the population that you have to move through to get to the other game on the other side of it. Whereas Dark Souls holistically is not for a giant segment of the population. They just shouldn't even play it because they're not going to enjoy it. Well, 14 is definitely a game where anyone who's playing it right now is it is selected for the kind of player that's able to tolerate the story, right? Anyone else has quit, and we're not hearing their reporting.
Pascal, are you okay? So what exactly happened?
I don't know. Some of the villagers just started to feed on each other. If you hadn't come along, I'm sure we would have met the same grim fate.
Survivor bias, exactly.
Thank you.
I have tried to introduce 10 people to Final Fantasy XIV of all sorts of different backgrounds. They've never played MMOs before, they've played MMOs before, and one of them has come through the other side still enjoying the game, and it's Lisa. The other 9 could not make it through. Not even as a career MMO fan, couldn't make it past it. Polar Brisky and Kiwi couldn't make it past it. You know, it's just, you're only going to know the people that are actively playing it, right? Oh, I love it too, Jinx. It's just really hard to get other people into it.
Query. We understand that machine life forms can regenerate as long as they possess the required materials. Is this accurate?
Unfortunately, we cannot regenerate our cores.
Why is that happening, Azula? Do you know what it is that's blocking you?
If one is destroyed, there is no way to restore it. We usually store our cores in safe places, but this time, the villagers had their cores destroyed as well as their bodies.
It's like pulling teeth. It is worth it, right? You're unlocking this fantastic game. Now, I was in the one of the streams that was doing Ultima Weapon, and there were a bunch of people that were checking it out for the very first time. They never played Final Fantasy because it was on the front page of Twitch. And just seeing chat trying to convince somebody, you know what, you should probably spend $18 when you first buy this game to not have to play part of it.
So is this factory safe?
It was once occupied by a cadre of fellow machines.
No, you're perfect, James.
However, 2B took care of that threat. It is quite safe now. We've been using it for storage for some time.
So you're getting overwhelmed by like option paralysis, Azlua? Completionist paralysis? Most open world games do that for me. Like before streaming, I could not play a game like Skyrim because there was just too much to do. And I needed to do all of it, but I couldn't possibly do all of it.
If we're gonna hole up here, I wish we had more info to work with.
Proposal. Unit A2 should secure the safety of Pascal and the children immediately.
What's the hurry?
Thanks, Pod.
Haste is predicated on data obtained from the recently restored cross-regional pod network.
It's cross-regional pod networks and a turnout. Yeah, he's a different one.
Cross-regional data reveals a large number of machine life forms.
So this is a spoiler, but I'm curious because I haven't been paying attention to it. Have the pod numbers been changing pretty consistently throughout the game? I know that there's a big list of pods whenever we switch perspectives in this C playthrough, but earlier when I was playing as when I was playing as 2B or 9S, between acts sequences with the pod number change? They haven't? Okay.
I will smash them up and kill them.
You know you're an introvert when you enjoy leatherworking. Okay. Good to know, thank you.
Why are they coming after us? Why?
We can sort it out later. Right now we have to take them down.
Sure, so yes, there are introverts that would play Final Fantasy's main story quest as a single-player JRPG who would enjoy it just fine. Totally agree. They might even play it without any of its other content, just play through the story as like a visual novel because that's the kind of content they like. But there is also another game in Final Fantasy XIV, which is the multiplayer cooperative dungeon and trial content that is an entirely different game from an introvert visual novel, right? And it's the weird part is that there are definitely people out there who like cooperative dungeon and trial content who don't necessarily like long JRPG introvert visual novel. And it's a game that says if you want to get to one, you have to do the other.
Goliaths too?
No, and you're right. It is a problem that every MMO has, where by virtue of MMOs wanting to be a theme park and have all kinds of different content, there's going to be weird prerequisites to get from one piece of content to the next. Yep. And it's gotten better with WoW, right? But back in the day, like, having to attune for a raid, like, what does that have to do with how good you are at raiding, right? Just to test how much time do you have, and how much of it are you willing to sink on this? That's where it's at, Jinx. Excuse you. Hey, thanks for the host, Vash. How is Fallout 4 treating you? Did the Fallout fan community end up coming up with a, like a post-release feeling on the game? Does the community have a general attitude towards it? I remember people were a little disappointed when it first came out, compared to 3. I've only played a couple hours of 3, I've beaten Fallout 1, and we're a few hours into Fallout 2. Yeah. But it doesn't let you play as a group. In the alternate scenario where, suppose you want to play it with other people, you literally can't. You can try to schedule, okay, let's go do our homework for the week, and then we'll get together and we'll try to play together. But you have to orient it that way. So like, Polar Brewski wants to play with his wife, or me who wants to play it on stream with my friends, we actually can't do it. Anyway, we don't need to talk about Final Fantasy XIV at great length, but I only bring it up in reference to this game, and that this game also has a lot of vegetables and dessert sequences. Oh my goodness. Yikes. For me as a gamer. If I were really into the depth of this combat system more, then this wouldn't be vegetables. It would be non-stop dessert, or it would be meat and then dessert. No, I'm just using it as a... It's the wood chips that you have to eat. I don't know. The slave labor in between the dessert. Bare ass delivery. All right. That's fair. Like, would anyone argue that the combat in this game is diverse from sequence to sequence? Oh, cool. Nice. It's awesome. 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 This is like the end of Shadow of the Colossus. This kind of stuff is fantastic. I think attacking slows me down though. I can press a button to guard. Oh, holding down R1 just shoots things, okay. And the melee is kind of pointless. Well, the shooting sequences have all done pretty well before. Because the level's never been relevant in shooting sequences, right? They always level sync to you. These parts have always worked well. cool. Oh man. Giant robot fight. I wonder why specifically it's this one giant, like, factory model of robot. Budget, probably. Should have blocked. Oh well. But when I saw one of these for the first time, I'm like, oh, that's cool. I wonder how many other kinds of giant robots there are going to be later on. I love the camera angle in this sequence. This is really, really awesome. Right. For such short sequences, wait, how does blocking actually work? Okay, there we go. Earlier I pressed block and he punched instead. Yeah, should I not be mashing? Oh no. Cutting it close there. I was mashing and then trying to block, but the block wasn't very responsive. I was hoping I'd just be able to press R2. Sure you can. Awesome. Yeah, it's very Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Thanks, Yahan. KO. Not quite perfect.
Are you alright, A2?
Yeah. Thanks for the assist.
I fear for the children. Let us hurry to them.
Cool. Excited to explore the giant white towers. How you doing, chillins? Yeah, this whole sequence has been great. I agree. That's sad.
No, how can this?
So what's the deal with the network?
Their own
Previously...
cores?
Oh, okay. Got it.
Killed themselves.
How?
Robot seppuku.
This happened?
Why? Why would they do such a thing?
Good job,
I
anime.
taught them everything. All my thoughts and emotions. I thought it would serve them well in the future. But instead...
How would teaching them lead to something like this?
Fear.
I don't understand.
I taught the children what fear is. I felt they had to know so they wouldn't rush heedlessly into danger.
The third mass robot suicide.
Instead...
Fear destroyed them. It caused them to take their own lives.
If I knew this could happen, I never would have. A2, I need your aid. I cannot live with this heartbreak inside me.
Nice.
I need you to delete my memories. And if not, then I need you to kill me.
Nice.
Initiating hacking to cut off memory circuits.
Pod. Pascal's memories.
Understood. Initiating memory deletion procedure.
Cool. I love it doesn't fight back.
My name is Pascal. I'm the leader of this village.
Cool. I'm glad there's more of this. This is very healthy.
You promised to read and memorize that botanical field guide, remember? That's what we're doing, right?
This is such a cool use of this mechanic, right?
Of course I will. You have my word. And I bet Pascal would never lie and break his word.
So are there players that are super into the combat mechanics who don't like the hacking game because the hacking game is so much simpler? And then who play as 9S without ever hacking anybody?
Memory deletion complete. Reset timer activated.
Pascal.
Because I love the hacking game. I wish it was explored a little bit more, but... There are two other options for that cutscene. Cool. 9S, okay. That's pretty awesome. Concerned about his worsening psychological state. Oh man, it was so much faster than combat for me. I really like the hack. Actually, the whole B playthrough was much better because I was like, oh, I can just avoid combat entirely. It still had a lot of bare ass type stuff, but
Abnormality detected in vitals of Unit 9S. Proposal: commence data overhaul immediately.
Pod, search for the other structural units.
Speedruns never hack.
Find those authorization keys and destroy the tower.
Alert: combat inadvisable during abnormal vital conditions.
It's fine. Run the search.
I mean, we can test it here.
Actively operating enemy large structural unit detected in accessible location. Marking location on map.
Yeah, it's 6 of 1 as far as I can tell. I might still be under leveled. I like this new track. This is rad. I need to save. Suddenly very worried about my last save point. Slow against little stubby guys, sure. I thought it had new instrumentation on it. Like, I've heard the melody before, but it sounded like they added new instruments. Maybe not. Maybe we just haven't heard it in a while. Hey! 3 or 4 versions of every track.
Hello there. Such a nice, quiet place.
Yeah, I thought it was a new version of the same track.
No distractions at all. Pity about all the junk, however. I keep trying to clear it away, but it seems to be never ending.
So I'm laughing at all this because I'm anticipating that they're foreshadowing a heel turn for Pascal. If they don't, that's a bummer. But lines like that are pretty great.
Pascal, that's...
Pascal? That sounds oddly familiar. Oh well. Would you like to take a look at my wares?
Oh, machine heads. Children's cores. Oh boy. Oh golly. It tells you if something is only good for selling, right? I guess I don't really need anything, right?
please?
So I was under the impression previously that both playthroughs were happening coterminously. This seems to suggest this happens after. So, Well, I can't speculate because all of my speculation is going to invite questions to chat, but I guess don't answer me. I wonder if this all plays out differently depending on which order you do things. Or if it, there is a preset chronology to it, and I just did it in an order that let me know why that was creepy with Pascal talking that way. Let's see. Show me a map. Indicator close by. Flooded city coast. Jack got really quiet. You guys blowing up and hide? My bad. No, there's more instruments in this song now. I'm pretty sure of it. It's apparent with headphones, at least. No problem. Later, Jinx. How's your Vita modding coming? What are you adding to it? Alright, let's go murder some more robots. What's CFW? I haven't heard of it.
There's something in here too.
Last one was Meatbox, Soulbox. Cool. Oh, custom firmware. Sure. I just hadn't heard the abbreviation before. Doo-doo! Why would anybody do that? Huh. What an interesting choice. I heard that's gotten pretty common with the 3DS as well. Oh, it's super morbid because she doesn't know what they are because her memory's wiped. Starting to seem more and more like that's meant to be sincere. I think I was reading a lot into the sequence on board the bunker where the voice of the machine sounded a lot like Pascal, but I guess a lot of the machine voices sound like that.
No enemies?
No enemies? Cool. I had never heard it before, Akibo. I know about like custom firmware on like the Wii and the 3DS. Translation patches for the 3DS homebrew channel? Oh, I didn't know that. That might be an actual reason to do it. I gotta be really careful though. I've got a capture card modded 3DS, so if I brick it, it would be very expensive. Do we have a release date on Dragon Quest XI?
System protection before I can reach the core. So that's how it works.
I've heard it's possible to brick it, isn't it, Jinx? Like once you've done it, it's fine, but in the process of getting the homebrew channel installed, you can screw it up if you're not careful. Early September? Okay, that's not too bad.
Now they're just messing with us.
Well, I figured you were talking about a patched one. I thought it was getting localized, though. Oh, the 3DS version. Wait, so what other system, what is it coming out for in September? Is that the Switch version? PS4 and PC. That's weird. I love we're getting new perspectives for the hacking minigame. Anti-chain damage +6. Might want that later. I'll have extra content. Let's see. Switch will be 2019. Okay.
Analysis. There are 2 blocking devices on this floor. Proposal. Hack into all blocking devices.
Can do. Friendo robot. So, I think that the hacking minigame in this game is a pretty good microcosm of the rest of the combat system, right? So, Spiky, I think you and a couple other people have agreed that there's a remarkably few hacking minigames when it comes to enemies, right? There's maybe like 15 of them, given the number of times that you're expected to hack in the core playthrough. I see the enemy combat as being comparably limited. Like, there's not all that many different enemy types, not a lot of different strategies. Even the bosses, like, oh, it's the ball boss, but now there's like 10 balls, right? Oh shit, be more careful. Try that again. But I think the reason I enjoy the hacking is that it's comparably is very short. I get the point, okay, there's a pillar here that are 2 sides of it that I can't shoot, and it takes like 2 seconds. And like to Serp's point, sure, like at the end of the day the boss fight still is only 4 minutes, but with the level of depth it has, it's like 3.5 minutes too long in a lot of cases. Just learn Japanese. Oh, what's Terreno Wonderland? I've never heard of that. It's a 3DS game? Oh, interesting. Is Dragon Quest Monsters still getting franchise entries in Japan? There we go. These levels are finally some really cool, different hacking stages. Ouch. Like, now I'm having to play this pretty differently than before. Can't really get around him fast enough, can I? Maybe I can try to bait him to an open area. Or I could die, that works too. Joker 3 and Joker 3 Professional. I asked this a couple times during the Joker playthrough, but I don't remember. Like, what's the actual difference between Joker and the main series Dragon Quest Monster games? Come on. Let's try to use damage boosting here. Yeah. Best way to get behind them. Ugh. Alright, never mind, let's not do that. Let's not go to Camelot. Third tries a charm. Yeah, Dragon Quest VIII's fantastic. Is that in the cards after Dragon Quest VII for you, Chaos? For the voting spreadsheet? Red. It might be easier with lock-on. Tower system outline. The tower facility processes and computers are sent by resource recovery units for use in the launch device. Made up of 256 stratum, it can filter and compress information with a turbidity of less than 2300. I've recorded into the payload in approximately 27 minutes. Diversity of learning error rate. Interesting.
That huge structure is some kind of launch platform. A structure that size could probably shoot something into space pretty easily. So this is some kind of cannon aimed at the human server on the moon?
Insufficient data. Cannot confirm or deny.
Human server. I love that this is the Lore Chest Castle. I've played Dragon Quest VIII off stream before. Actually, I watched my wife play it too. But we haven't played it on stream yet. Eight's super good. Yeah, I got my Steam Link came in today as well. The $2.50 one. Yeah, there you go. It's your 24-hour stream. Or win the fundraiser raffle. Make Dragon Quest the franchise focus. I don't think I'd say no to that. Pretty important games. I like the idea of the Steam controller. I'm too set in my ways with an Xbox controller to play with it long enough to get over the point where I'm not proficient with it, you know? Ow. Jerk. Yeah. Zelda, Metroid. Just as far as games being accessible to everybody. Zelda, Metroid, and the Sakaguchi Final Fantasies would be my three, I think. Do I have any Western games that are even in my top 10? I have to, right? To think about it. Yeah. Dark Souls I love. Dark Souls like #1 for me personally, but I can't list it so high because I know it's not for everybody. Wouldn't recommend playing every SMT game. Yeah. I think Zelda's the only series where we didn't skip any games so far, right? We only had the time to do 3 franchise focuses. Zelda, we played every single Zelda, I guess, except for the Philips CDI games, because they're not actual Nintendo real productions. I guess not Triforce Heroes and not Four Swords, so I take it back. We did skip some bad Castlevania games, and we aren't going to skip some Metal Gear Solid games. Last of Us is fantastic. Last of Us is an incredibly important game, and it's basically perfect. I don't think there was anything I didn't like about that game. Yeah, the Metal Gear Survive? No. I'll be doing 5, because I hear 5 is still mechanically pretty good. Yeah. I know, right, Jinx? Oh, it's great. I want more games to make me feel like Dark Souls, but I'm increasingly starting to think that it might need to be Miyazaki directed to work. Although Dark Souls 2 wasn't bad. Dark Souls 2 is, I guess, the pinnacle of what you'd expect like an indie dev to make in mimicking the style. That and Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight got the feel down perfect. And the mechanics are obviously very different because it's a Metroidvania, but if you had those same devs make a 3D exploration action RPG, I imagine they would nail it. So I feel like the tone is harder than the gameplay. Final stages of Project Yorha. Level SS confidentiality.
Excellent!
Each Yorha unit is equipped with a black box, an item created by reusing the core of a machine lifeform. So the consciousness of Yorha units and machine lifeforms share the same structure. The black boxes were installed after determining that it would be inhumane to install standard AI and androids that are ultimately destined for disposal. Interesting.
From cores from the machines? That's... No, that can't be true.
Oh, I'm sure Rising's great. It's just not playing it as part of the Metal Gear Solid franchise focus. It's not Kojima, and it's not... It sounds like it's a cool game. It'd be a nice choice for a sub-block or something similar, or the voting spreadsheet, but... The same reason I'm not playing Four Swords or Triforce Heroes. It's part of the Zelda focus. Kitties, please don't knock the... They're being bad. Whoa. Oh. Cool. Fucking rad. This game needs to do more of this. I love it. I guess by doing less of it, it makes it that much more meaningful when it finally happens. There's so much cool design space they can do with this.
My body. Those are...
I've had to do DOSBox before.
But why?
I did DOSBox for Fool's Errand. That's a lot of dead androids. Oh, I love his sword.
That's 2B's data.
Well, it doesn't have to do this all the time, but there's so much design space to explore with the hacking minigame that you can do stuff like this a lot. It doesn't have to be you play as a character or a health bar appears, but... This whole tower has been an exploration of the hacking minigame that hasn't really been explored as much up to this point.
Damn it, stop!
Cool.
Stay the hell out of my goddamn memories! These belong to me and me alone! Get away from them!
Okay, I can... Yo, dog. Ouch. This one's not screwing around, holy crap. Ugh. It's hard for me to heal, but I keep hitting circle on all the dead androids in here. Double hacking, what does it mean? All the way. Yeah, but I don't want to pray and continue with them. It takes so long. Gonna get me killed. Nice. Good. Evil Hackman. I'm super dead. Maybe it'll be okay. I keep wanting to dodge between the purple bullets. I think they fly out too fast for that to be possible. You tell that massive blocks.
They're mine! My memories! You hear me?
Awesome. Oh, this game is good. A lot of the time. Nine's pretty sick. He's not doing too well. Oh man. They're building him up pretty well to be like a final boss villain character. All because of a romantic comedy misunderstanding. Boss.
This is the current status of Unit 9S.
Affirmative. His mental state has become dangerously unstable. Action must be taken immediately.
I noticed something while providing support to A2. Enemy machine lifeforms have begun sharing data with each other.
We'd better look into that.
I'll share the data with you, so see what you can find out.
Affirmative. I also have a separate report about 9S.
What is it?
I'll share the data. His psychological state has deteriorated to a grave level.
No
We'd better
kidding.
handle that quickly too.
Agreed.
Oh, these pod sequences.
Not sure what we should do, however.
Agreed. Proposal. Rest, combined with data checking and maintenance.
Agreed. I will make the suggestion immediately.
Those pod conversations have been happening for the whole game, right? Even back in the A playthrough. I've heard of some pretty crazy hardware hacks. What was it? I think that the Super Nintendo, there's just a little plastic thing inside of the cartridge slot that you can break off and it'll play Super Famicom games.
Failure caused by intense combat and lack of maintenance.
Near field controls are down? Great.
Proposal. Overhaul system at resistance camp.
I don't have that kind of time.
Alert. Entering battle without a functioning sword constitutes an unacceptable risk. Unit 9S should have Devila initiate repairs at the resistance camp.
Shit.
Okie dokie. It's a different looking dead robot than the other ones I've seen, but I can't seem to interact with it.
This is one of the resistance members we were asked to locate.
Really need that sword.
I was afraid we'd find this. The only personal items are these dog tags.
Oh, the Switch ones are hardware hack.
Analysis. Remaining transmission records indicate the resistance members
They do something
were
on
attempting
the
to
circuit
retreat
board or
from
something?
battle. Analysis of final coordinates complete. Marking locations on map.
Let's go take a look. Maybe some of them will still be alive.
Rusty dog tag. I like the screwed up health bar. They've used it a couple times in the game so far. Still cool. Really? Wow, that's wild. Oh, is that really what it is, Chaos? Alright, let's go to the resistance camp. Fortunately, I don't have to limp the whole way there. I was worried they might make me. I am generally delighted in stories when they manage to make bad things happen to the character and they earn it. That makes sense. So, like, well, maybe it's statute of limitations for Infinity War, but there's some bad stuff that happens in Infinity War, and it feels exceedingly earned. So I smile and I am delighted by it, even though it, like, sucks for the characters, because they did a good job. A lot of times it's not earned, it's just kind of forced. The character earns it by making you care, and then the story earns it by making it make logical sense up to that point.
I'm amazed you were even able to drag yourself here. This is gonna take a bit, so just hang tight. This is
Character
terrible.
death is another thing like that too. Game of Thrones, or at least the first 3 books, are really good at killing a character when it's unexpected, but also killing a character when they've served their purpose in the story. So it's a narrative accomplishment to do it in a way that makes sense.
I need you to promise me something. Don't die alone. I don't think 2B would want that either.
I know.
I've heard, I haven't ever watched much of the Walking Dead. I think I've watched the first season, but I've heard that they use character death as like a cliffhanger. They'll do it when a character is not done yet, just to make things exciting. And it feels janky as a result. Alright, where are we going? Is that in the amusement park? Might be. Yeah, death is a shock moment is cheap. I think that later TV Game of Thrones has fallen into that trap a couple times. They killed a couple characters who are alive in the book just for shock value. And I'm not mad that they did something different from the book, it's just frustrating that there was no reason for that to happen, other than to get people talking. A movie for bad mood. It might be an awesome movie, but it won't be a happy thing to be watched, and you can kind of feel bad afterwards. Yeah, I like that, Yahan. I've got a couple of movies that are particularly that severe. Like Requiem for a Dream is one that is a fantastic movie. It makes me feel feelings. Don't ever want to watch it again because it makes me feel awful, but I can appreciate in awe how well everything is built up in the cinematography and the storytelling, and especially the soundtrack. I think is what kills me in that movie. Right, there can still be story to tell, sometimes, with the dead character, if it happens under mysterious circumstances. It's not to say that every character needs to fulfill their arc, because that can make stories predictable as well. But I think what's so impressive about Game of Thrones in particular is that you're fooled into thinking that they still have an arc to complete, and then they die and you're like, wait a minute, no, they kind of did everything they were supposed to do, huh?
Man, there's blood everywhere.
Schindler's List.
Whatever happened must have happened right here. Talk about a bad way to go.
I love the amusement park now. This is great. It was always so delightful before. The way they've changed their models and their walk animation, super cool. And no cutscene, right? No pomp and circumstance to it. It's just how it is when you get here. We'll talk about when we do Game of Thrones Telltale, which won the vote, we're going to consider the TV show and the books to be required watching and reading, so there'll be no spoiler policy related to those.
Hello. This is the Resource Recovery Unit.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, yeah. It'll be fun to actually be able to talk about Game of Thrones and go into spoilers on stream. Let's go murder some more robots. The zombie too. Love the look of these towers too. Like how this is like mostly a psychological mission for 9S. Mind? God box.
Huh? What are these machines doing talking about gods?
They are actual letters. Like if you track them between the different buildings. Does the language show up elsewhere in the game? Can you like piece it together as a cipher? I used to like that as a newspaper puzzle that was like that. It would give you like one letter and then you were tasked with figuring out the rest of them from a sample bit of text, so you'd have to do stuff like, alright, well that word has 2 letters, so it can only be the word is, and, or no, or on, and so on. Oh, and the A playthrough and the bosses have garbled names. Okay, that's really cool. Oh, NieR 1 had angelic as well?
Why did the machines attack Pascal's village? Aren't they all the same?
Unknown.
Well, aren't you helpful?
Proposal. Unit A2 should gather further data on the current state of machine life.
Huh?
We've got some very exciting news for everyone today. There's only one lock left to be moved on the tower.
They're manipulating him.
And in order to retain for your faithful patrons, whoever dismantles the final substance will earn a special prize.
I need to see Leon the Professional. It's
Large
really good.
structural unit of machine life form origin activated to the east.
A large what now?
Do I have a map icon yet? I don't think so. Just get moving.
What the heck is going on around here?
Unknown.
Well, let's go check out this large structural unit.
A2 talks exactly the attitude I have about this game. Alright, where is it relative to everything else here? Oh, it's way the hell far away. Just warp to it. Nope, this is not a trap. Not at all. Traction square, perfect. And we're gonna meet up. Yeah, it's the same for me, Jahan. I really like those brutal, crushing movies. Andrea can't stand them. Ghost Dog was one. It was actually one of the first movies I showed her because it was one of my favorite movies ever made. Jim Jarmusch, Forrest Whitaker, Ghost Dog Way of the Samurai. Excellent film. She was just depressed by it. I'm like, what? This movie's great. Isn't it perfect? Later, sir. Thanks for hanging out. Many immolated orphans to come. I like the choice to go straight to cutscene when you load out there instead of playing the music.
Alert.
Shut down the god
Excessive
box.
combat activity will put unacceptable strain on your bones.
Right, okay, so that is an example. Whenever I was talking earlier about being weirded out that we started controlling A2 and then could go do a quest to push boxes around, that's what I want them to do, is they're clearly building a lot of tension and momentum and drama here, and having A2 actually walk through the attraction square isn't going to help with that. It's going to be distracting.
Negative. This support unit is assigned to Yorha Unit 9S. As
Whoa.
such, being concerned for said unit's well-being is a requirement.
Whatever.
Cool. And those load-bearing treasure chests. Like this version of the track with just this instrument. Excuse you. Right. I guess maybe this song always started like this. Maybe I just haven't heard it until I heard this part of the song. My bad. Oh, you realized it wasn't working for her, like, in real time? Oh no. Did you guys finish watching it, or did you walk out? I would have turned off Ghost Dog if I had noticed. I guess that movie's mostly just depressing towards the end. Pretty good up till then. On chips? Ugh. And I can't sell any of them. I can't fuse them outside of the town. I guess I'll get rid of these. I can sell them from here? How? Oh, okay. Like, what's the other game we played that had an almost but not quite unlimited inventory? Xenoblade Chronicles, I think, actually. Like, it was just finite enough to be annoying. Mass Effect 1, oh yeah, Mass Effect 1's a really good example. Oh, it's awful in that game, too. So much loot spam. Yeah, I think if it's gonna be limited, it should be really limited. It should be a very intentional design decision to make you have to manage it. I know, right? From talking about it, I think the intent is that you not pick up 90% of the stuff in the game. You recognize it as garbage at a glance? Thank you. You just started giving it a try, right? For the Switch version? Oh boy, don't get me started. I believe we have a command exclamation point encumbrance. Yeah. Well, the memory limit, it's true. The memory limit is often at such an arbitrarily high point that if your game is routinely hitting it, it's because you've made some questionable design decisions about what kind of stuff drops at what point in the game. Yeah, for sure. I hear you, Isla. Yeah, hit the inventory key, suddenly you're confronted with 200 pieces of loot and there's no way to back out. You're forced to take them. As long as you don't look in the inventory, it keeps going above the cap for a while, right? Oh my god, it's one of the worst. People were so mad about Mass Effect 2 simplifying the inventory system, but I think their approach was perfect. all authored loot. All, or mostly side grades. Gotcha. Punishment of Finland. Oh yeah, that sounds like Andrea Hell, Jahan. Remember there were some movies, like kids movies, that were advertised as being fun and were actually miserable. The biggest one I can remember was Jack. It was a Robin Williams movie. That the advertising campaign for it was all delightful and goofy. Get it? He's like a kid, but he ages really fast. It's funny. No, it's not at all, ever. It's just depressing. Skyrim for Skyrim. What is this piece of thing? I feel like I've seen those before. Skyrim for smart fridges. I like that, they're able to joke about that. Oh, it dropped in an inconvenient place. Okay. It's just money. Okay, thanks. Come on. Yeah, I can hear that, Spiky. I was actually super enthused about Xenoblade Chronicles X. The launch stream, first couple hours we played it. Really connected to the setting they were coming up with. I think it's a game that succeeds, from what we've played of it, it's only been, what, like 6 hours, but where it succeeds really well. It's funny how different it feels from Xenoblade Chronicles, too. Xenoblade Chronicles as well. I kind of interpret Xenoblade as being, let's do a Japanese take on Skyrim. It's pretty good. I don't think I'd pay full price for it as low, but if you can get it on sale somewhere. Are you more into fantasy or hard sci-fi, Isla? The setting in Chronicles 1 is really cool. Let's get out of here. Have you played Mass Effect? I might be a little biased. I kind of like Mass Effect. Right. Oh, golly. So if there was too much to do in a game like The Witcher, Mass Effect might be a good middle ground. You can catch it on a sale. It's fairly non-linear, but in a much more structured way where you can tell where the game actually wants you to go all the time.
Model 210.
And it doesn't have like 100 hours of content.
Operator?
It's like 30, 40 hours of content. Cool. It's 210. That's awesome.
Oh no. So this operator model is...
Affirmative. Operator 210. Volunteered to undergo Type B equipment transition during previous descent. Sent to front lines as you...
Neat. Yeah. ME2 I think is an important game. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I call that when I was doing game reviews for a while, the cathartic milestones, right? The pacing of cathartic milestones in Breath of the Wild is one of the best I've ever seen in a game, where it's gigantic, but you can play it for just a couple minutes and feel like it was worth it. There are so few games that manage to nail that. There are some games that you can play for like 3 hours and feel like you didn't do anything. Like, I'm enjoying what little we've played of Divinity Original Sin, but I think the last session was like 4 battles in an hour. Mass Effect is a very character-focused sci-fi RPG. Almost to a fault, it's character-focused. Wait, when did his sword change? Oh shit, there we go. It's just me or some of those hacks not doing any damage to it. It seemed like I got it to half health and then nothing was happening. Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily means that a game is bad if it feels like you need to sink a lot of time in it to make progress. But you're right, no, like, Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil's Saga was a game where a dungeon would run you a couple hours, right? So if you tried to play it for like 30 minutes, you're gonna get a couple battles. You might not even make it to another save point. So I think that Dragon Quest VII has a similar construction with its dungeon design, so does Shadow Heart's Covenant. Not a bad thing, it's a very different approach from like the really simple Final Fantasy dungeons. Yeah, you have a ton of them. Long, winding dungeons. There we go. Because it's much more precise, I could see that. Well, Hollow Knight in particular is way too hard for its own good. I know a lot of people that have been unfortunately turned off on it because of its difficulty. That one's a bit of a bummer. Like, I personally, I think I've talked about a lot that I don't like difficulty settings in games. I'd rather the developer just pick a difficulty that they want the player to experience and not give them a choice. Or if they give them any kind of choice, have it be very fine detailed choices, like, you know, how do you want game overs to work, is permadeath a thing, that sort of thing. And I enjoyed Hollow Knight for it only having one way that you could play it and not having a difficulty setting. But I in retrospect, I don't know if that game needed to be hard. It's cool that it was. It's a hard situation. I think it requires more work to just make the difficulty setting what you intend it to be, because you have to spend more time balancing it. You can't just depend on, well, the player doesn't like it, they'll turn the difficulty level down. Cheat mode. I don't know if there's cheating in Celeste. What Celeste does, as I recall, is it most of its challenging stuff is 100% optional and does not unlock an optional ending or anything. It's just... And it's discrete levels of optional challenges where you might try to do most of them, but get to one and just be like, I don't need this, I'm gonna move on with my life. Oh, maybe. I haven't heard about that. Is it like a cheat code you can put in? It sure is a boss fight.
Please keep... One affirmation.
Apex was like, you should try attacking with 9S. Like, no! There is no risk to me gaming over and losing all of my progress with this game's janky save system. Hacking is completely risk-free and it's fast. It might be lame, but who cares? It'll be very hard to talk me out of it just holding myself back from it, you know? They gave me the ability. There's no cooldown on it. Why would I risk getting booted back to the save point? Hey! She got up here quick. Assist mode. Okay. Kind of like a Nintendo approach is the... where you die a certain number of times on a stage and it gives you the white Tanuki suit or golden mushroom or whatever. I really like that design approach.
2B told me. She told me she wanted you to become a good person.
And the romantic comedy misunderstanding. Oh wait, no, it's still going.
Don't you dare talk to me about 2B!
Dude. Do an information download thing. Ugh. It's like an episode of Friends, but with like death and blood and robots and shit.
Where'd he go?
Analysis. Your
Can't hack anymore.
is still alive.
We're gonna try to make it to a save point. There's a pretty good chance I'm just gonna die here.
Unit 9S after turning on your hub.
Shut up!
Oh yeah, I can really feel the story significance of this fight. I like the little buckets on their hats. They're like little fezzes. It's cool. Okay, that is in fact what it is. Aww. It's those bucket robots. I'm such an evil jerk. Protect the robots. Aww. I'm sorry. Rude. Surprised they didn't make me do that. They did it in cutscenes, so it's not my fault. It would be a very Yoko Taro thing to force you to press the button. Justice. So we're at time, but I'm going to try to get to the next save point. I'll call it there. Yeah, but the story significance was the cutscene that happened after it died, right? It would have played out the same way if I had hacked it or stabbed it to death. I just mashed the square button regardless. I like they're using this on the loading screen now. This is cool. Cool. I didn't really think about them using the loading screen for this. Yeah, glitches, errors, fourth wall breaky stuff, using its UI for storytelling. Will is the question of whether pods are capable of their own self-determination. After all the focus on the little pod cutscenes, they're the actual characters. And they're sounding more and more human. Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Physical check complete.
Awesome.
Memory check complete. Maintenance mode complete. Yorha Unit 9S. Activate.
Pony Island's what it sounds like. I'll play it. Whether it is or it isn't.
Good morning, 9S.
Am I...
Analysis. The enemy structural unit collapsed during battle. Unit 9S suffered damage from the fall and was placed in emergency suspend mode. Fall location was deemed too dangerous, thus said unit was transported to current location. All system checks and reactivation complete.
Operator.
Operator Model 210 is deceased. Black box signal not found.
Yeah, we hacked her to death.
Oh. Situation report.
Tower access authentication key acquired.
Thanks. Now we can go to the tower and everything's going to be fine there. Nothing bad's going to happen.
The tower is now open for investigation.
Good.
Cool. So what should I call the next segment of this? Entering the tower? Is that clear enough, you think, to someone who's familiar with the game for next week? Thanks everybody, as always, for hanging out. Thank you to Overboard Gaming for the host during the stream.